Nobody online wishing to speak? Very good. Let's move to item 5, new business items presented to council for discussion and possible action. Item 5, budget considerations, considering council intentions for the fiscal year 2026, fiscal year 2027 budget. There is language referencing a taxpayer impact statement required by House Bill 1522, effective September 1st, 2025. While this statement is required by law under new legislation, it is too early in the process to include any figures. The city provides the following information in compliance with the Texas Government Code 551.043C. Number 1, a copy of the city's proposed budget may be located on the city's homepage of its website. And number 2, there's a taxpayer impact statement. 2025 adopted tax rate of 0.398501 with an average homestead taxable value of $215,569 equals a tax of $859.04. In 2026, the no new revenue rate is unavailable at this time. In 2026, the proposed tax rate of 0.398501 with an average homestead taxable value of $229,515 equals tax of $914.62. The change in total tax rate is an increase of 0.00 per $100,000 or 0%. The change in average homestead taxable value is an increase of 6.5%. The change in tax on average homestead is an increase of $55.58 or 6.5%. Moving back up to item 5.1, budget considerations, considering council intentions for fiscal year 2026, 2027. This morning, our acting city manager / finance director, Mr. Ward Ferguson, is here before us to start this budget workshop process. Let's be clear. He is not today presenting a budget in the legal requirement of what presenting a budget means for us according to state law and our charter. We are simply opening the budget workshop this morning. And so at this time, we will yield the floor to Mr. Ferguson as we open this budget workshop process. Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So again, today, we are doing the first steps of finalizing our budget so that we can present a finalized budget as is required by Texas state law and the charter for the city. That process requires us to formalize both the expense and revenue at the department and fund level so that we can then translate that down into the individual account items to present that to y'all. Without the upper numbers, it's impossible to do the lower numbers. And as we were last time, we eliminated the voter tax option. And so everything associated with that has been removed from the options. There's still some pages in your book about it, only because we reused already printed paper to save the city a little bit of extra money in print and reprinting of everything. So we're gonna go through each fund and department within that fund to set what those numbers are. That way we can then translate it down and then present y'all an actual line item budget whenever those figures are ready, whether that's next week or the week after. Before we get too deep into it, there's a couple of things I just want to help clear up in case there are any questions. The new state law about providing the taxpayer impact statement, as the mayor read, the figures on there are there just as placeholders. It's not a we haven't picked a tax rate. We have no idea what those things, what that's going to look like. They're still finalizing all of our numbers at the tax assessor's office, so we don't even have final numbers. We have preliminary numbers, but not finalized numbers. So this is just the best we can do at this time. We just wanted people to see a rough idea of what that would be, as opposed to just saying no number is available at this time. So we just put in some placeholder numbers, just to help in case there's any confusion about that. Um, uh, the the next thing I want to talk about is a broad level view of how this budget is going to impact citizens. So everybody has a packet. The very first page of that packet is where I want to start. So before you on that page, you have a resident A and a resident B, and then a bunch of numbers and scenarios tied with that. So what this is intended to do is not be a perfect example of a specific resident, but be a generic resident who either owns a house that is the average size house of Lamarck, again, roughly around that $230,000 number, or be a renter who rents a house, again, of that same average value. And then we have some additional notes at the bottom for different types of situations and how you would account for those. And then what you have next to it is just a generic example of roughly what they would currently be paying, right? For their mortgage, for their home insurance, car insurance, property tax, waters for sewer and utility, their other utilities, their groceries. We did not include every possible expense because most expenses don't change based on what the city does. But we wanted to include the ones that the city's decisions do have an impact on. And so what you then have is you have different scenarios based on decisions y'all can make and y'all will be making today and in future budget workshops if we don't get everything done today. And what that does to an average citizen's yearly bills. These are per year. And again, looking at the exact numbers is less important as to look into the effect of what each one does. But we tried again to make it as roughly average as we could. So we have our no new revenue scenario and what that does to an average resident's yearly bills. First in there, and the main thing you'll note is an increase in homeowners insurance and a tiny increase in car insurance. So the no new revenue rate based on what we have currently built for the no new revenue would reduce the ISO rating down to a 6 or a 7 from a 2. This does result in a significant homeowners insurance increase. And then the increase in the car insurance comes down to where you drive does have an impact in your car insurance rates. And so while it's not a lot, you would see a tiny increase because Lamarck would be viewed as less safe and less secure. So we just wanted people to kind of see how that goes. Then we have, the 3.5% tax scenario. Those are the first two budgets that the two scenarios that we've been talking about, right? So you can see what those look like, right? On the 3.5%, their taxes go up a little bit. Their insurance comes down a little bit, right? And so you can kind of see what that looks like. And then we provided some additional things here. Not that these would be things you would choose, just so people can see what this would look like. So one is if the full $5 million of lost revenue is fully made up by a utility bill charge. So this would be a monthly utility bill extra fee like the parks fee, only a higher dollar amount. And there you see that, how that looks on there. And then the second one is a mix of tax and UB. And then all these include other revenues that would be smaller builds in there to help as well. And then the last one is basically, both a significant cut, but a little bit of tax and UB help as well. So we tried to kind of lay out a bunch of different scenarios so people can kind of see and council can see kind of what those different expenses look like on citizens. This is to both reinforce the point that we've been making that this is not a decision of do citizens pay more or not. It's a decision of what they're paying for, right? And where they're paying it. And that's really what the decision is about. And so we just wanted everybody to kind of see this, have this information. And then resident B, again, is an example of a renter in the same scenario, right? We assumed they did not have renter's insurance, but renter's insurance would also increase. We just accounted for the fact that the rent would increase either from taxes going up or from the insurance the homeowner is paying going up. And so, again, you'll see similar increases on that one as well. And then at the bottom, we just have a couple of notes. If a resident has a paid off house and doesn't have homeowner's insurance, then obviously they don't have an effect from an ISO increase other than the little bit that would be on their car insurance. I don't know how common that is, but it is an option. Just wanted to try and make that out. Another note, seniors and anybody else that has the fixed home value, right? They're going to see a significantly less dollar amount on tax increases because they're at that lower fixed amount, right? So tax increases don't affect them as much as non-fixed individuals. And the other information is just kind of basic information we've already talked. We have roughly 8,000 utility billing accounts. The average home value per the tax assessor is roughly $230,000. Before we move on, are there any questions, any discussion we want to have about this? This is kind of the driver of y'all's thoughts today, right? Again, establishing that this is not about our citizens going to have to pay more. They are. There's not a way that doesn't happen. It's all about what they're paying for, where they're paying it, and how it's being paid.
This is to give council and residents a look into what they're going to be expecting to pay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Among, a lot of different scenarios on here, we tried to kind of provide a significant mix of different options that council could choose from.
So I do have some questions.
Yep.
So the first column is current, so that's what we are right now.
Yes, that would be the right now.
That's what we are right now. So no new tax revenue, which we don't know. So we're kind of guessing based on what you have in the agenda, right?
Yes. So I have a rough number, but I can't. The tax assessor and I are still working on some small pieces. So
what is that no new revenue based on? Is it based on the proposed tax rate, or what is it based on?
So no new revenue is based on us not doing any increases beyond what's already occurred on the UB side and following the no new revenue tax rate. The no new revenue tax rate means we bring in the same total dollars.
Right.
So
the 3.5% tax is if we go up.
yes. So that's in an individual single year.
Right. If we go up by 3.5%,
yes.
That's what that
That's what that is.
Okay.
Yes.
So when it says full utility bill or UB, explain that part.
So this would be an option. And again, I'm not recommending any of these. I just want
Right.
council to understand, and citizens to understand what's there. So this would be if council decided they did not want to do any tax increase, right? Wanted to use the no new revenue rate tax increase, which again will be roughly 39 to 40 cents. We just don't know the exact number yet.
Because energy costs, we know it's expected to go up by 30%, but we've been told by next year.
Is what?
Well,
Sorry.
what I've been told, what they are telling the churches, that energy costs will go up within a year almost by 30% on average.
It's entirely likely that will. I did not include that here because I don't have
Right.
utility. That's not a.
So my point is, if that's already going to go up, I don't know if we want to.
So just kind of walking through the scenario to answer your question on that. So this would be, we don't raise taxes at all.
Okay.
Right. So we leave taxes at no new revenue rate, but you do decide to bridge the whole gap of
With the utility.
with utility, which would roughly translate to a $50 a month fee on the utility bill for each customer
Going up.
going up. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
All right, so the mix of the tax and the UB is a mix of the.
going up a little bit on tax and a little bit on UB. Yeah.
Okay, a little bit on UB. And
Yeah.
then the last column is mix of tax UB. What is the only partial fund?
The two middle, the full UB and the mix of tax and UB are fully filling the gap, right?
Okay,
So that there's no ISO drop,
okay,
right? Therefore, there's no insurance increase,
okay.
right? The mix is do a little bit of tax, do a little bit of UB, but also, instead of a 20% cut, a 12% cut.
And that's to make sure we have a balanced budget.
Yes, everything here is
on a balance.
based on a balanced budget. Yeah.
For those that can't see, as we move past this first page, for those that can't see what you have distributed to us, it is two scenarios of residents in Lamarck. One scenario is a homeowner, and the other is a property renter. And what you are suggesting, as we sum this up, is that, in your opinion, that the cost of living in the city of Lamarck will increase one way or the other.
That is correct.
Basically, is what you're sharing with us with this slide.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions on the first slide, first page? Mr. Ferguson.
All right. So now we're gonna start digging into the meat of the presentation. So if you go to your second stapled packet, fire, and I'll bring fire chief up.
The second stapled packet, the fire.
Yes, fire.
Okay.
So the way we're going to conduct each of the departments today is we're going to start at no new revenue, the 25% cut. And then the way we're going to do it is if you would like to add something back into the budget, talk about what that is, whether that's, people, FTEs, or whether that's projects, right? If you want to do a specific project, we'll talk about that. Then if y'all want to add that in, you then also have to determine how the revenue for that is being generated, right? Whether that's going to come from property tax, utility billing, other sources, right? Again, there's some other options we have here to help. But if you're increasing an expense, you have to then increase a revenue to match that expense.
Or even a reprioritization.
Or you could drop an expense from something else.
You can take from one departmental or even intra-departmental line item, so long as they're in the same bucket, which is maintenance and operations.
Yeah, yes.
Gotcha.
So basically you can take from the general fund, you could reduce another department's budget to help compensate for a department's budget. That's instead of adding revenue, that's reducing a different expense. But if you, at the end, this department needs to be balanced and whole, right?
Gotcha.
Whatever that new number looks like, again, we're starting from no new revenue, but whatever that final number looks like, including leaving it as it is at no new revenue, it needs to be balanced. It is balanced at this moment in no new revenue, which is why we only need to talk about changes, if any change is made, how that change works.
Gotcha.
On page 13 is where you'll see the kind of the numbers around the 25% cut. Going from a budget of roughly 5.8 million down to a budget of 4.35 million.
Just a 25%?
25% cut. Yeah, that's where we're starting. That's the no new revenue, no extra revenue coming in of any kind. And then on the page that you flip, you'll see what the org chart actually looks like at that number. And then while y'all are looking at that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Chief Merriman talk about what that translates to in service, right?
Okay.
Making these cuts. And then he'll kind of walk y'all through what that looks like out in the real world. And then we'll start our conversation of how we want to address
Okay.
that. Chief?
Okay, so at the request of the finance director, we came up with the three scenarios on the budget cut. And a 25% cut in budget equates to roughly 12 personnel being cut from the fire department. We currently only staff 11 on shift per day. We are still one under the NFPA recommended minimum staffing of 12 personnel, 4 per each fire truck. So we would have to cut 12 personnel out of the fire department budget, which would cause us to staff 7 personnel per shift per day. Department of State Health Services requires that we have 2 personnel on each ambulance. We have 2 ambulances, so that's 4 personnel. That leaves me with 3 personnel to staff 2 fire trucks without overtime. Our current staffing model at 11 personnel gives us 1 3-man engine and 1 4-man engine. It also gives us the ability, if people take vacation or call in sick, our minimum staffing is 8 personnel, so 2 on each engine. So we don't have to call overtime until 3 people call off sick. When we staff minimum of 7, we are either putting a 1-man fire engine back on the streets, or we are browning out a fire engine or an ambulance. That would be up to the council's decision. And at 7 personnel, if anybody takes off, we will automatically have to call overtime or decrease the number of units on the road.
Another way to think about that is, again, most of the time, if not all of the time, not having 2 fire engines, having 1, which means, whether that's alternating sides of the city or just the fire engine is kept at one of the 2 firehouses, right? So significant reduction in ability to fight and service fires, but also inability to provide backup as frequently as they are able to for ambulance calls and emergencies.
Is this the same document that you provided to us in the
Yeah.
budget, the exact same document?
It is, yeah, we just reused the same thing because it's the same base.
When we were talking about the staffing cuts, potentially with the fire department, I'm looking at page, I guess that would be 14,
Yes.
the organizational chart. In the scenario of no new revenue, what happens to the fire marshal?
If we don't have, we would need somebody that can do the plans reviews, the fire inspections, all of those things. Otherwise, we would have to sub that out.
Which is more expensive.
So we have a fire marshal or no?
We do have a
We
fire
do
marshal.
have one.
You said we would need someone to do the plan reviews. What else did you say?
Certificate of occupancy inspections, life safety inspections, someone to run the smoke detector program.
Have we ever outsourced these services before?
They were outsourced back in 2014 to, we used to pay Bureau Veritas to do all of the plans reviews and inspections.
And so when did we assume responsibility for all of these services?
When I took over as the fire marshal in 2015, we brought everything back in house. Actually, I take that back. when Captain Schaefer took over in the fire marshal's office, because there was a period of time where there was no fire marshal.
Mhm.
When Captain Schaefer was moved to the fire marshal's office, he brought plans, reviews, and inspections back into the city.
So before that, and I know what you meant. So let's clarify what we're saying. So up until that point, the fire chief, it still can be true. The fire chief is also the fire marshal,
Correct.
right? And that still can be true.
So, but it is technically, and the wording on the chart is per the collective bargaining agreement, the fire marshal label is the fire chief and the fire marshal are the same person. The way the charter reads is the assistant fire marshal is technically who that would be. So let me, that's confusing. I apologize
Yeah,
for that.
no worries, no worries.
The charter says that the fire marshal shall be the fire chief or his designee.
Mhm.
Our designee is Captain Briggs, who is a rate of captain in the fire
Yeah, great guy.
um,
But the charter does say fire chief, fire marshal, synonymous.
correct.
Does say that, right? Okay. So that can still happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going where you probably think I'm going. I'm just fact finding here for a minute. So Marshall Briggs, we're okay. So then also we have a deputy fire marshal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then how many other people in that office? Because we no longer have code in that office, right?
Correct.
So you have a fire marshal, a deputy fire marshal. Who else is in that office?
That is it that is in that office. We supplement, we have a arson investigators that is assigned to shift. So two of our engineers are also peace officers and assigned arson investigation duties to prevent us from calling after hours calling in overtime unless it's a criminal case.
So you only have two personnel in that office, 8 to 5.
Yes, sir.
The rest of the personnel connected with that office are on shift.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you have an administrative assistant, and then you have a captain of EMS
Yes, sir.
who works 8 to 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you have a deputy chief who works 8 to 5.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else working 8 to 5?
Just myself.
Is everyone else on the rotation is doing shift work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's under the scenario the scenario of no new revenue. That's what that would look like.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me dig a little deeper. Why I got the floor.
Can I add to your digging?
Absolutely.
At the last meeting, Mayor Bell, you were having a conversation with Worth about dual roles between the fire department and the police department.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Yeah. And that police officers have the same, some of them have the same I have to find my notes. I don't know if it was able to write tickets for code or you were trying to, because we were talking about.
Oh, yeah. So what essentially what I think Mayor Pro Tem, what I was suggesting was as we look to try to absorb some of these positions so that we don't necessarily have to cut multiple positions, is there an opportunity for fire officers to provide code enforcement? We got that answer. Inspections, right? To work with perhaps the building officials to help provide inspections. Consequently, the other part of that is, was there an opportunity for the police department to provide for code enforcement? And I think we got part of that answer. Now that it appears the code enforcement department is moved to the police department, but that does not necessarily answer the total question, which would be, is there an ability to save costs by that move, to save personnel from that move? And so I think that's the next part of the discussion that you were, okay,
Mhm.
very good. What I wanted to ask you, and remember, I'm just fact finding. We're going from a 2 ISO, and the analysis indicates that perhaps we might end up at a 6 or a 7, and fact finding. And the numbers from that look like potentially a 650 to an $800 increase, annual increase in property owners, homeowners insurance premiums. Um, why would we not think, gentlemen, that the homeowner in the city of Lamarck, as frustrated as many of them may be, that they would not at this point want to take their own chances, navigating and negotiating their own rates for their own homeowners' insurance premiums, as opposed to entrusting those tax dollars to this municipality? What makes us think that that to them feels like it is a better idea?
So part of that is why we're starting with no new revenue is, we know that there is a lot of individuals and a lot of sentiment of distrust of the city, not, and so we wanted to start here to give them that that is what where we're starting,
Okay.
is them having that opportunity.
Thank you. 2, average response time. The analysis is that the average response time will increase to over 10 minutes. Correct?
Correct.
What is the average response time of a volunteer organization?
I would have to look at volunteer organizations. I know it's significantly longer because those volunteers carry a radio or a pager. They would get a call. They would have to respond to whatever fire station they are assigned to, get their gear, and then get on the fire truck and respond to the call.
So I think, again, these things need to be brought to us, to our community, in a way that they would be able to make these decisions. To say to somebody, and then I'll move on quickly, but to say to somebody that the average response time will increase from 5 minutes, whatever it is, 4 minutes, to over 10 minutes, in an analysis to make people want to support or to encourage, because make is not the word that we want to use, to encourage people to support this municipal service is one thing. But I think that at the end of the day, what does that actually mean for people, right? How much do people value their fire service, their emergency medical service? What does it look like between 4 minutes and 10 minutes, right? And what does a whole what does a volunteer service looks like, right? So I think those are things that I like to really be able to provide for our residents as we look at this. I think I know the point that you're trying to make, but what I want you to understand is that while we are addressing council, we're actually addressing the community, and I think if it's crystallized for them, they will provide excellent, adequate, helpful feedback to get us through this portion. What is your minimum staffing? Is it still 8?
It is 8.
Where could we find that? Where is that documented? Did the council pass a minimum staff level of 8? Is that in the charter? Is that in any
It's in-
contractual obligation?
It's in the SOP. So, I mean,
SOP. So it can be raised or lowered by this council through the budget process.
absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? You proceed, Mr. Ferguson.
All right. So, again, we're starting with the no new revenue. Again, Chief Raymond kind of walked through kind of what that looks like. Again, almost certainly a reduction of a vehicle, most likely a fire truck, because we would hate to reduce ambulance instead. So now what we want to talk about is where are council's feelings on this? You know, again, we're starting at that no new revenue. At no new revenue, it's already balanced from a expense to revenue side, right? Based on the taxes and the funds that come in from, you know, billing for medical and all and the other things that add into that. If we have a medical call, and they have insurance, we bill the insurance. And for non-residents, we would send out for collections of any excess. We do not do that for residents. So
We do not send the residents to collect.
collections.
We have to send them a bill because of our Medicare, Medicaid license. It requires us to send a bill, but we do not pursue collecting the unpaid portion of the bill that citizens can't pay. If they're a non-citizen, we have a collection company that follows up and tries to collect those, but our residents do not get sent to collection. We collect whatever insurance allows, and then by Medicare, Medicaid law, to maintain our Medicare license, we send a bill, but we do not pursue it. We have to send the bill because it's required to maintain our license. But
What's
no,
the standard though? Do cities typically pursue the collection?
so it has been I don't know the answer to other cities. I just know that in this town, this council it has always been the belief of this council that tax-paying citizens pay taxes to the city, so we should not be sending them to collections for EMS bills since their taxes help pay for the ambulance service.
Our taxes pay for a lot.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the case. I mean, the police go for collections, our tax entities that collects the taxes will send you to collections.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's meant as a kindness to the citizens.
How does that affect our overall budget? The kindness part.
Well, so we send out currently as of June 26th, we have sent out $2.5 million worth of EMS bills,
Mm-hmm.
and we have collected roughly 775,000. We average about $1 million a year collected. There's about 2 million a year that goes uncollected. We do get there's a program with the state called the Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment Program. We apply for that. A lot of your bigger cities eat up the big chunk of that, so we don't usually see much out of it, but we still try to recoup some of they call it bad debt. We try to recoup some of the bad debt on that side of it.
Several things. I don't know that I'm necessarily convinced that we have to shut a truck down. I think that's a bit much. However, you're asking for direction. And as it sits, I don't know that we have yet achieved the full trust of the community when it comes to increasing finances. I think that we've done a lot of work to earn the trust back on what actually happened and how we are going about fixing it. Would you agree? I see.
Shaking
Mayor
my
Pro Tem.
head.
Yeah, but I think the reach would be. I think sometimes you have to learn how to. And I'm not going to be long here, but you have to learn how to manage what you got. Right. Once you get trust back, Mama said manage what you got first, and then we will add to. Right. So I think we're somewhere in there. So I said that to say it looks pretty bleak for you. Yes, for your 12 people. That's a scary thing. Are there services that the fire service might be able to provide that would help us to continue with those 12 folks? For example, I think that, let's go back. I think that if the residents are saying to us, manage what you got, we don't want to give you any more, then that does mean we're at a conversation now that perhaps we do need to start billing for sending to collections um, residents who don't have insurance, who have used the services of EMS. That might be an option. And so I'm saying to you, perhaps this council might look at that as an option to increase revenue. Secondly, are there things the fire department can do? Right? I know firefighters to be inspectors, right? I don't know the gap right now on what it would take. I do. Here's what I know: firefighters can be inspectors. There's a whole developmental services department. Those are two different departments. Developmental services folks need inspectors. Firefighters can inspect. There's probably some certificates in the middle of all of that foolishness. But therein lies the opportunity for the fire service in this community to maintain itself, but at the same time become revenue generating in a way that we have not thought of previously, and allow for us to continue with those 12 wonderful people. We're farming out, we're outsourcing something over here, and we're cutting some people over here. Outsource, cut. Can we at some point merge? Chief Merriman, I have no idea if that will work on its face, but I do know that is an idea that will work if we work it. What say you?
So firemen can be trained to do, like most of when firefighters get their inspector license, it's for life safety inspections, for fire code violations, for obviously they can be trained to do residential inspections, all but a plumbing.
Okay.
A plumbing inspector requires a master plumbing license,
Okay.
and that takes years under a master plumber for you to even be able to sit for that test. Electrical, HVAC, that all requires, certifications to inspect electrical, inspect mechanical, and it's certainly things that can be done, but I don't have the dollar figure on what it would cost for us to get our inspectors certified to do electrical, mechanical, structural inspections.
Yeah. But there is an opportunity, yes?
So there's an opportunity. It's also an opportunity we've considered in other ways, not directly with fire. So, and this bleeds into some other departments, but
Yeah.
so development services, if council remembers, we were outsourcing everything, right? A giant figure. We have brought in a qualified inspector for everything but plumbing. He's working on that and is already inspecting. So we're already taking away part of that outsourced piece through that inspector. We also have a head of development services, a director who has all of his certifications, I believe.
He has a lot of them, yes.
A lot of them. I don't
To
know.
where he can bring the plans review and commercial stuff in-house.
Yeah.
So a lot of that were kind of built into those two positions. There's also an open position right now in development services that was expected to be used to help supplement inspections, plan reviews, and those types of things as well. Again, it is currently vacant. That is something that fire could potentially help with and roll that position there. In addition, when we get to our public works, one of the ideas we had there is to bring in a qualified electrician and a qualified HVAC person as our facilities people, and that they would be able to test and be able to do some inspections on the side when they don't have active projects they're doing for the city. So we have thought about this type of a way to kind of, fill in the gaps on those things as well.
Okay. Well, again, it's only $1 available.
Yep.
And I am trying to provide as many solutions to stretch that dollar because at some point the dollar won't stretch.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor with the fire truck. We worked really hard to get
Yes,
them
ma'am.
upgraded and all of that. But I do think the collections part of it may be the answer we're looking for so that we can keep, because our residents really believe in safety. They see the difference. Once they saw where the overages were, it wasn't public safety for fire and police. People understood because they see the difference and
Yes, ma'am.
and the raised standard in the mark when it comes to safety. So, but I don't agree with getting rid of the fire truck. So we've got to find a way to compensate for that. And I think the collections may be
And
the answer.
getting rid of a fire truck is not something that I want to do, but
Right.
if you
Show
have
your face.
if you have a one-man fire engine,
Right.
if you have two one-man fire engines, like those are, Mayor and I had this conversation when I first took over as chief. It was a completely different council, and we were running one-man fire engines. And the state requirement is
Two. Right.
2 in, 2 out.
Mhm.
The NFPA 1710 says we should have a minimum of 4 personnel on a fire truck. Texas Fire Commission says 2 in, 2 out. So for every 2 personnel you have in an IDLH environment, immediate danger to life and health, a structure fire, for every 2 people you have inside, you should have 2 people on the outside. Now, and I worked a lot of my career in this town as a one-man fire engine. I'm no stranger to running a one-man fire engine. A lot of these guys that have been with us long enough still remember doing it. But what that means is if I pull up to your house and it is on fire and you are standing in the front yard telling me my baby's in that house and I'm a one-man fire engine, I am not supposed to go.
Inside.
But what I'm telling you is I'm going. And every member of that fire department would tell you the exact same thing. Now, that is my job. My job is to do that. Our job is to do that. Our firemen will do that. But that puts the city at a liability because we didn't provide them with proper staffing to take care of your family. I'm going. We are going. There's
Truck,
not
are
a.
you saying not to do the truck because we can't do the staffing? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's exactly what it would. When staffing allows, we would have multiple trucks up.
Right.
But if we have,
So you're saying if you give it a truck, then we don't have to do the staffing, but if you keep the truck, we'll have to do the staff.
we have to do both.
Yeah,
I mean,
both.
there's a combination of both of them.
Okay, yeah.
We have to, at 8 personnel, that's the minimum we staff right now, just based off of policy. It's not ideal.
How many do you have now?
We have 11 on shift.
You have 11 on shift.
11 assigned to a shift.
11
yeah.
assigned per
That
shift.
doesn't mean that 11 people are showing up. Those are people
Two
that
shift at one time.
Vacations,
vacation,
stick time,
big time training, whatever.
got a few guys out on FMLA because they're having children.
Those are people that are assigned to shift.
That's a shift. But how many do you have in your entire department?
There are 36 of us.
36.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The police department partners with agencies around Galveston County. Is that an option for the fire department?
We already do it.
Okay.
So the city of Lamarque is part of the Galveston County Firefighters Association.
Okay.
That is an agreement with the county commissioners that we will mutual aid all of our neighboring partners. We have mutual aid. We actually have automatic aid contracts with Hitchcock, Santa Fe, Dickinson, where we will, if they have a structure fire, we will go to them. If we have a structure fire, they automatically come to us. But those right now, when we pulled the numbers up and we're looking through this, it was just by happenstance that our new report software gives us that data. Like I could look at the data, and when we added personnel to the trucks, the response times seemed to go down. And I don't understand the correlation because it's the same. I mean, call comes in, the guys get in the truck and they go. Other than as we are now, our average response time is 7 minutes. That's from within the city. Calling a truck from the outside, even on automatic aid, if the day crews are on in Dickinson, Santa Fe, we're still going to get them in about 15 minutes. So there is a delayed response from those guys. But when you show up on scene and you're putting water on a fire, you tend to buy yourself a little bit of time. So
I don't agree with there's, and Chief, I know you know this, there's such a thing called the standard of care.
yes, sir.
Marque is long, and we have a major freeway that divides our city. And the idea that you would have one station that has available, actionable operational fire apparatus and another station that does not, then it provides for an unequal standard of care.
100%.
So we can't just do that.
I agree, sir.
Whatever is on the east end needs to be on the west end.
And we compound those challenges with the tech dot construction, making it even more difficult for firemen, fire trucks, ambulances, even police cars to get east to west in the town. So that I agree with you 100%, Mayor. I'm shutting down a fire truck is not something that I want to do.
Have we explored I know at one time we were looking at when our fire apparatus responded to, in particular, motor vehicle accidents, we would be able to provide for perhaps invoices to some of those insurance companies.
We do.
How did that fare?
Last year we collected about $10,000 or $8,600. This year, the running tally this year is right around 3,000.
Why is that? And this is not a rhetorical question, but this is a genuine question. Why is it so low? Is there a way we could then bill, because of 45, bill non-Lamarck residents when we respond to accidents and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. And we do send them the bills, the non-residents, we do send them the bills and they go to collections.
And from that, you've only realized $8,600.
Yes, sir.
Why is that so low?
I don't, other than we're still just a couple of years into billing for fire service on the insurance side. A lot of them, we build a motor vehicle insurance and then whatever's left over, we send to the non-residents bills.
Say that to me one more time. You said you start the whole thing over. I said, why is that so low? And you said to me something, I felt like you didn't really know, but you were just trying to say what you thought. And part of that was we were young in the process. Tell me that again.
So we are. So there used to be a company called Revenue Rescue that we used as a billing company. They went out of business in 2014. And we didn't really do any fire billing. Nobody else really did any fire billing until till 2 years ago when we brought the potential of fire billing to the city. So we only have 2.5 years of data to understand, what insurances are paying and what citizens are paying. And then December 31st of this year, the NIMFRS, the National Incident Fire Reporting System, it went away. So it's a new system called NERIS, which I think is the reason we are not getting adequate billing because they changed some of the parameters in the National Emergency Incident Reporting System. So we're still working through those, but it's not a very well-oiled machine at all.
So let me ask you, okay, just to put a bow on this. So there are companies in the world that assist with EMS billing,
Yes, sir.
right? And there are several of those because that's been part of the industry for a decade.
Right. I
You
think
got to be a form,
when we
right?
went to it, we had 7 or 8. Then when we put out for RFP back in 21, we had
A lot
7.
of them
Yes, sir.
responded. But what you're saying is there aren't very many that specialize in
Fire.
fire service. Okay.
Correct.
And so somehow this nearest program this nearest database it works with this fire programming. Do they need that data to be able to submit the claim, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
And when you file your reports, it automatically uploads into this.
Yes,
And
sir.
so they don't get the data from us. They get it from
so they have our report management system. They have access to our billing company has a login to our report management system. So when we submit a fire incident report or an
okay.
EMS report, we hit
Yes.
submit, it goes into Nearest. They are able to collect it. But when NIMFRS went away on December 31st, which was the old school, you'll remember when they've done that all the way back to God, as long as I've been a fireman, the National Fire Incident Reporting System.
Yeah.
They revamped it with the new Nearest system, and those guys used the analogy of building the plane while flying it. So they're still trying to tweak the system that we're in.
But basically, the company that we work with gets the information. They perhaps might get alerted by us, but they get all of their information to submit the claim from this other database, basically. Okay.
And that data is like our firefighters put the data in, and it goes into the system, and then
Do we pay this company a
percentage of collection only, not of bill.
Okay. So they're incentivized. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right.
They basically they make more if we collect more.
Right. So it incentivized them to, okay.
That was the way the council chose to write
Yeah.
that contract, was to make sure that even our EMS billing, like, you guys make more when you collect more for us.
So are there any other fees that you know of that not fees directed toward residents, right? But any other fees that you know of that we might be able to take advantage of to help boost revenues in the fire service?
Fire service, like operations, I mean, not necessarily. There's a lot in the fire marshal's office where we do, we charge for annual operational permits to commercial businesses and annual fire inspections and C of Os, like all of those numbers get tallied and collected. We collect for the plans review fees. We don't pay those to a third party. No, any life safety review that goes on the plans, a fire sprinkler, fire alarm, any of those bills come directly to the city. We are collecting 100% of that. We're not paying that out to a third party.
Okay.
And
All right.
those are, I believe, y'all reviewed those 2 years ago.
Yes. Council approved the latest schedule of fees for fire marshal's office in 24, I believe, 25.
So, I mean, we can look at them again.
They are due to be looked at again, because best practices, you go over those every 2 to 3 years to make sure. Kind of like when we upgrade the fire codes. So the International Code Council, the city follows the residential, the plumbing, all of the building codes and fire codes. They're on a 3-year cycle. So we try to make sure that we update to the most current codes about every 3 years. That keeps us we actually get bonus points on ISO for maintaining a current the most current set of codes.
Okay. So we're at a 20% cut right now, correct?
25.
25.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, and we didn't include other on the sheet, but there are lots of little things that can help, right? Again, sending citizens to collections probably brings in, it's hard to say an exact number, but maybe that brings in an additional 50,000.
And That's again, that's one of those numbers because council, we've never sent them. We don't
Yeah, we don't have a basis.
have a hard
to-
number on that one.
To pull from that. Again, increasing fees will bring in some additional revenue. I'm blanking on, there's blanking on with the third one that I know will bring in a little bit of additional. But there are some other small things we can do. Again, to help that aren't increasing taxes or increasing the utility bill. Those are just, the only reason we brought those two up is those are the two that you can do big and in mass, right? I mean, there's still limits to all of it, but again, those are the ones you have that are kind of can be put anywhere. Your limit on what you can do is a much larger limit, whereas all these others are small, small increases tied to very specific things. And we didn't want to list
that's a $1.4 million.
it can't be made. I do not believe it can be made up by just increasing fees, billing, residents,
At all.
those types of things. There's not enough there to make up that whole thing, right? Now
But
there
it's
might
still-
be enough there to get us to where we're getting close to where we can have 8 on a shift versus 7. Again, that'd be really close. I hate to even say close. It would be something we could look at, but it's certainly not going to get us to 11. And then again,
The issue is not, well, it might be, but the bigger issue in this whole discussion is not necessarily the 11 on shift. It is the 8 minimum staffing.
yeah,
That is where the problem is happening. There might be room to have a conversation about that piece. What's killing the fire budget, if we can use the word kill, is the idea that there are 8 folks that have to be there every shift. That's the number that's causing the problems, right? Is more than the 11 because we can reduce down to 8 people per shift and still require 8 people per shift, and we'll be in a worse situation because
now you're going to be
Overtime.
mass overtime. Yeah.
yeah. So that's the number we need to figure out what that number looks like, why it looks like that, how we can get that number down, how we can keep that number up.
Yeah. I know, Chief talked about, like, again, that's 2 per vehicle. That just provides that extra little bit of
Yeah.
protection and safety. That way nobody's going in to a situation alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to keep from shutting any vehicle down, a hard minimum is 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's only 1 person on a fire truck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that mean the number is 6 and not 8?
If council so chooses to direct us to push
Yeah.
down to a 6, yes. But if we decrease to 7 personnel, that means after 1 person goes off, I still have to call overtime. Or in much larger cities like Houston and Dallas and Fort Worth, they brown out an engine due to staffing. But those guys, when they brown out engines, they are like 187 firemen short for one day. I can't even fathom that number.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that
yeah.
mean?
They'll shut a station down.
Oh,
They
okay.
will.
What was the word you used?
Brown out.
Okay,
So-
so shutting down the station?
So in the fire service, a brownout means shutting down a station due to staffing.
Okay.
A blackout means they've closed it completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't close fire stations.
And so how do they get around that? Because it happens randomly throughout all of their districts, and so that is their standard level of care. They will have brownouts, whereas in our situation, if we're talking about
Where
shutting
those
the
guys
station
have
down,
like 80 stations.
Yeah.
If they brown out station 37, within 6 miles, there's station 34 and station 25 within. So it just means the other 2 stations are going to have to work harder,
yeah,
but they still have they still have, engines, and a lot of them have ladder
Ladders,
trucks and
ambulances, yeah.
ambulances, and district chief in a Tahoe, and they have other options to.
Yeah.
Those guys will work harder, but it's more doable for bigger cities that have more stations. In a town like Lamarck, or even Galveston, browning out a station in Galveston is not really doable because they're so spread out. It hurts the smaller communities to
Yeah.
not be able to do that.
And
Yeah. In our case, it's harder because of the 45.
45 split, yeah.
Especially now that it's being reconstructed. Yeah.
And I know
On the long-term basis at this point, it
Yeah,
seems like.
yeah.
I know there's been a lot of, the city's goal is to not shut anything, like to maintain a service level as high as we possibly can, given whatever the cut looks like, right? If we need to run 2 one-man engines, we'll do that. That just puts both the firefighters at harm risk, and it puts the city in a higher level of insurance bracket, which raises insurance costs.
Yeah.
And further reduces ISO. I mean, everything kind of, weaves together on that.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out wherever that correct line is, and we don't know it. Again, no new revenue allows us to balance this number in a way where we feel confident that we're not going to end up in a situation where we're,
All these 12 folks that you're saying, 12 personnel, are they currently working? Like,
Yes, sir.
like all of them are here. So there aren't any open positions that you
So
would.
I do have 3 open positions that I have not hired for.
So that would.
So,
so it's 9.
I'm sorry.
9 currently employed.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
this is the chart for the 25% cut.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I guess the question is are all of these people working, or are there vacancies?
There are 3 vacancies, 1 per shift.
So it'd be 9 currently employed people.
Okay,
that's-
and is the 3 included in the cut?
Yes. So there would be, so that says 12 personnel. We would basically have to reduce force by 9 personnel.
Okay,
And the union contract says last hired is the first released.
Mhm.
And nobody in everybody in our department has, but at minimum, a 1.5 year service with the city. So we've been stable and not had any turnaround in quite some time.
okay. Which are the 3 that won't be filled?
It would be basically one of the
Three
bottom.
firefighters.
Three firefighter
basic
positions.
firefighters.
Okay. So we're not cutting any EMS people?
All of our firefighters are also EMS people. We're all dual certified.
Okay.
So they rotate around, and
I guess my question
to prevent
is,
burnout, we don't, because when I first started with the city of Lamarck, there were 6 of us on shift, and we ran about 900 calls a year. Now we run about 6,300 calls a year.
I guess my question is are we considering cutting the dual personnel, the person that can work on the ambulance and the fire truck? Are they included in the cut?
We don't actually have a choice on who gets cut.
Okay.
The CBA determines that.
The who?
Collective
Cool.
bargaining agreement between the city
Okay.
and fire.
Great.
Also, the state of Texas, to be a certified firefighter, you also have to be at minimum an
All of
EMT.
them are dual trained is what you're.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all my question.
Anyone else?
Now, so at the 25%, I think it may be some questions she had. You're suggesting no fire truck at 25%.
At 25%, we would have to be running a fire truck, assuming everybody showed up for a shift, right?
Okay.
That's 7 people. We could run both fire trucks, but one would have to be running with one person. Which puts that person in extra jeopardy. If one person is out,
Right, I understand
yeah.
that, but I'm just saying for the 25% cut, that you're proposing in your packet. You're
yes,
saying in that particular, because I see the 5% cut, I see the
20.
the 20, but you're saying the 25% cut is when there's no,
it makes a permanent second fire truck extraordinarily difficult to keep up.
and the ICO rate will decrease to 6 to 7. Right now it's a 2, which
Right now
is a
it's a-
benefit to homeowners.
Yes. So just a little bit of extra background on ISO. So we are a 2 by the smallest of margins you can imagine. So literally anything
To make it-
happens and we drop to a 3.
0.083. So our ISO score when we did it back in 22 came in at 80.083. And to be an ISO 2, you have to score 80 points or more.
I remember when we achieved that, that was a pretty big thing.
It was huge because that was a big thing for this, small community like this. We're an ISO 2 and our neighbors across the train tracks are an ISO 4.
Okay.
So we
But a 25% cut will make us ISO 6, 7.
6, 7, yeah.
and that increase for homeowners insurance is literally a ballpark. Like you can't really call an insurance agent and ask them. So what I did was I had my personal insurance agent take my house, my credit rating, my personnel and put it in like what my home in Lamarck would cost me for insurance under an ISO 2 and an ISO 4 and an ISO 7. And that's the range they gave me. And it is a wild range because it goes off of square footage of your home and how close you are to a fire hydrant and the homeowner's credit rating. And there's so many different categories that go into it. It's really just a ballpark on that number is based off of what me personally would be. So that number could be up, could be down. It depends on too many factors.
And at the 25% cut on this page, you're saying cutting 12 personnel?
So it'd be
That
9 currently employed and the 3 open positions.
Okay, but where am I getting what? Okay. Because you said you have 36 in your entire department.
Yes.
So what part is the 12 personnel coming from the entire department of 36 people? You're saying to cut 12 people from the 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm sorry, we have 39 personnel. I said 36, it's 39
It's 39. Okay.
total.
So 12 from the 39.
Yes, sir.
3 are unfilled, 9 are actively working.
Yes, sir.
So 39 positions, and the 25% cut would be cutting 12 personnel.
12 positions.
Yeah.
What would you like, Chief? What's your idea? We know we've got to make cuts. What is based on the 5%, 20%, 25%, which one is doable for you? I just want to know.
I've sat in front of this council many times and said, my job is to tell you what I need to provide services to the citizens. It is y'all's job to tell me what we can come up with. Make no mistake about it. Whatever this council decides, your fire department will show up. They are not, there's never going to be a time when you're going to call 911 and somebody's not going to show up.
But I think I heard you though, when you talked about the rating with going from a 2 to 6 and the difference. But I just want to know, because safety is an issue for us. And we've always said we want to be the one of the safest cities. And I believe that a lot of times you guys are not the first ones to come to us. So I thought, oh, they serious, because for you guys to come to us first.
Sure.
But I don't think that disregard constituents are saying that they want to cut safety because they've seen the difference. So that's why I want to know. I know you're saying 20, but it looks like we've got to make a choice.
Right. And nobody,
You don't have to tell me today. You come back and tell us.
I can 100% guarantee you there is not a citizen in this town that wants to cut a policeman or a fireman.
Right.
I believe that wholeheartedly.
Right.
These citizens love their public safety people. I mean, we're out in the public every day. We're out doing the things, and this is just the harsh reality of where we're at. And, realistically, for me to sleep better at night, I I want you to add 3 more personnel, so I got 4-man engines, but that's just not the reality of the
You're talking
situation.
about from going from 39 to 42?
Yes, ma'am. Because that would give us 4-man engines, which is what the NFPA 1710 says we're supposed to have.
Because the real issue is we could really say, we don't want to have any cuts to police or fire. We'll find it somewhere else. That's what I mean.
That's
I mean, those are decisions
And that is
that we can make to say, no, we don't want to do it in fire or police. We'll find another way to do it.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
maybe in another department. I mean, let's just be real about it. Tell me what you feel. Think about it. We can call you back like we've done it before. But the reality of it is that we have the authority to do that.
Sure.
So I want to know, if that is still our goal to become one of the safest cities, we may need to do the collections. I don't think that's something, nobody wants to go back to drive-by shootings. Nobody wants to go back to the response time wasn't so great back in the day.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
remember that. I don't know if our constituents are willing to sacrifice that. Maybe something else, but not that. So that's why I wanted to see. Of course, you're going to say 5% if you got
And
3 choices, right?
and
Yeah.
and I would, in a perfect world, I would tell you take the 3 vacancies I have and don't cut any of our firemen because, all these guys have dedicated
Right.
a year or more. I'm like, we haven't hired Mayor Bell was on council when we were changing, we had firemen that we were turning over firemen as fast as we could get them. And
Right.
now we've built a culture that, I said it before, I'll say it again. City of Lamar, we got the best fire department in Texas.
Most cities our size don't have fire departments. They're volunteer. Let's be honest.
Well, and those fire department, those volunteer fire departments are starting to dwindle. I mean, Dickinson has a paid day crew now.
They do. Okay.
Santa Fe has a paid day crew. League City has 5 paid day crews, and just had a conversation with Chief Allen. They're looking at because of their call volumes,
Right.
and volunteers fill a gap in a lot of ways, but most volunteers don't have the time to run 6,000 calls a year, which is the reality of where we're at nowadays. So if I had to tell you right now, it would be take my 3 vacancies
And keep everything else.
and leave my hardworking, leave our hardworking firemen with us, because
And that's what I need to hear.
With having you say that, Chief, the 25% cut went from 12 because 3 were open and 9 is filled. The 20% cut is 9 personnel.
right. So it translates to technically 6 personnel because
Okay.
there's still 3 vacancies.
But you would be able to fill those 3, wouldn't you?
No, I would still have to cut 6 personnel.
Okay.
So you're saying just don't fill your 3 new ones for a year. Because the budget that we're talking about is for 1 year.
Well, I would say don't fill those 3 until the city's in a better financial state to make the move. We did a very, very slow
Build up, I remember.
a direct build up. I mean, when I first took over as chief, I came in and said, Mayor and Council, I need 22 people
Right.
to run the fire department. But I also understand that we can't hire 22 people at the same time.
Right.
And in all fairness to
Mhm.
safety and training, like our shifts are built up, they come in 3s. Like if we cut people, they have to be in numbers of 3 because we have 3
Right.
shifts.
3 shifts.
And if we hire personnel, we hire them 3 at a time so that we can train, each shift can train a new person, because there's a lot that goes into training, and it's not fair to the new hire to try to train 4 or 5 people at one time on one shift. So we've always done it in increments of 3, and
Can I clarify something?
Yes, ma'am.
I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Where, where is your overtime number?
Based
Because
on-
we don't have any line items up here yet.
So there's the overtime report that we post online. If my memory is correct, their overtime number is somewhere around 4.7%.
So here's the deal. And I don't know where we're driving this budget workshop bus to. But at some point, in order to help Chief Merriman, we might want to consider some of the other line items within the fire department, right? So when will we be able to peruse, analyze, digest, process, discuss, debate, deliberate, collaborate? You get my point. When are we going to see the line items?
So we can have those available even this afternoon.
Yeah.
At the rolled up level,
Yeah.
where like all of repair and maintenance is
Yeah.
all the individual ones are rolled into just repair and maintenance. We can talk about that at that level this afternoon.
So what are you all looking at for the overtime number for this coming year, the fiscal year? What numbers does that look like?
It depends on how much you cut.
Okay.
We've without using overtime like we had in the past to staff events, and we've knocked a big chunk of overtime down.
We would like to see that number, the difference, if we can provide that. To
I
see the
can-
number, like, since he says, he said a big chunk, I would like to see the difference.
Yeah, that'll take me a little bit longer to
Okay.
because I only got the current
Yeah.
Yeah,
the new system numbers. I don't
Yeah.
have. I'd have to go.
because we know that's where the excess has been. It's always been overtime.
Yeah.
I guess this is probably something I should have said at the beginning to help with this. All the budget plans we have right now do incorporate us refilling and creating a reserve fund and an emergency fund. So a big chunk of money that would normally have been available is not because it's going to do those things, right?
To build the fund.
To rebuild
Yeah.
those funds to create that foundation for the city.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not all revenue is available, right? That first chunk is coming.
That's really that. Yeah, I think that's really. I think we should say that over and over and over again because I think it provides for the idea that we are actually providing for a financial foundation.
Yeah.
And so I think you should say that as many chances as you get. We're not here debating 25% cuts because we're desperate. We are being accountable
Correct.
and responsible.
We're basically debating a 25% cut because we don't have basically a hurricane fund.
So
We don't have an emergency fund.
So if you send back 3 folks that aren't here, and you're able to then actually bill for those residential EMS services.
I would say
And you allow for us to trim, not allow, let's be clear, the council controls the budget. So that was a bad way to put it. I don't want to give anybody any assumptions that somehow the tail is wagging the dog. We control the budget. But the point is, if we can get into the budget and see where we would be able to trim some things, it might hurt, Chief. But overall on the back end, it might salvage more human resources if we're able to do that.
yeah, I will note this is not the only cuts were not in personnel here. As we built these budgets, Chief also cut.
I cut 25% out of every line item.
Yeah.
That's what we need to see then, those line items.
So,
And that cutting 25% out of the truck maintenance budget is,
Right.
well, and it makes it hard because we have 3 fire engines that, cost the city when we bought them $600,000 or $700,000, and to replace them now, we're with inflation, we're at like $1.2 million to replace a fire truck, and to do all of the preventative maintenance and required maintenance on one fire engine is about $60,000 a year, because it takes a set of tires, which are the cost just keeps inflating on those kind of things. So, it's maintenance is always a place that previous city managers have decided to cut from, and when you're charged with taking care of a piece of apparatus that will cost the city $1.2 million to replace, like,
Yeah.
maintenance is kind of a non-negotiable for those kind of things. So,
And actually, just to add a quick note before you go, Mayor, not only is it 1.2, we couldn't get it for 3 years, maybe 4.
engines, so a regular engine is running 24 to 36 months, so 2 to 3 years to get an engine built. Ladder trucks are about 4 years out, and like almost $2.5 million for a ladder truck now. It's astronomical, the cost of emergency vehicles nowadays. I mean, to buy a new ambulance is right at $400,000, and it takes almost a year to get a new ambulance. We have managed to push that number out by remounting our ambulances to the tune of about 178,000, which is where our ambulances are being remounted currently. We got one in the shop for an ARPA rebuild that was 220, but it's half of the cost, because when we bought ambulances, we bought a type of ambulance that the box is capable of being mounted on a new engine and chassis. So it basically extends the life of that truck by from 5 to 7 years to 7 to 14, or 7 to 14 years, because the box is going to be good for 14, but it'll have 2 chassis under it over its time frame.
Yeah. You know, I am aware of this. You have brought it out. I don't know that you were necessarily trying to bring it out. Ms. Yancey, I think, picked up on it. It's an unusual thing for a city our size to have a paid fire department, right? That's pretty unusual. You have multiple cities.
It is unusual. It is becoming, with the volunteer pool shrinking, it is becoming more and more common.
Yeah.
But it is still unusual for a town of 22,000 people to have a
Two
paid
fire
fire department.
stations and have 2 stations. The reason I brought it up, I'm a supporter. Clearly, personally,
Oh, well,
the value of
the historical data, Mayor, is you were one of the driving factors in a full paid fire department.
absolutely. The reality is the people that I care about. If something were to happen to Mr. Osteen right now, we have paid professional staff, and they respond, and so that, to me personally, that means the world.
And there are members of boards and commissions around here who are still with us today because of the fine work that y'all's fire department is doing.
The reason I brought that up, Chief, was that we're gonna need help on this one. And part of that is we talked about 3 positions. Part of it is we can go back through that budget once again to give you another haircut just to survive. Part of it is the raising of the opportunity to increase revenue, through the EMS billing system. But there has to be more opportunities nationwide for fire departments all over this country. They're finding ways to generate revenue. So in this interim time, Worth, I would like for you to find other ways to generate revenue. The fire department, and I'm saying this as a firefighter, the fire service has to reach a level of self-sufficiency. It has to. It cannot, it can no longer be a service. We're talking in general, not the Lamarque Fire Service, but just fire services in general. They can no longer be where they are as cost intensive as they are because people can't afford them. And so we have to find other ways to generate revenue. And I know that you two men are up to that task. And so as I step back from this, I am willing to work with personally one vote the fire department to see if we can keep the human resources where they are, but it's going to take a lot of work. And one of the biggest things is for me through this process sooner rather than later. Let's find additional revenue generation opportunities. I'm gonna swing it back around one more time, and then we'll see what folks want to do about a break. Ms. Williams, you good?
Yeah.
Ms. Yancey?
I am.
Very good. Are y'all gentlemen good for this phase?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, we got tough cuts we got to look at. We will, ladies, do we want to break for a brief, let's take a brief lunch, working lunch? Or do we want to take an entire hour? What are we thinking? It doesn't matter to me. That sounded really, really bad. 1 hour?
No,
All right.
one.
She wants a 1 hour? Okay. Let's break for lunch. Let's be back. Can we be back start assembling at 1 with a hard start at 1:05? Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll start back at 1:05. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are back in session. We have finished the fire department, Mr. Ferguson, and we are now about to embark on the developmental services. All right, you have the floor, Mr. Ferguson.
All right. So, again, just, reiterating, all the discussions today are built around a budget that does fund a reserve and an emergency fund for the city. So a significant piece of revenue does go to fund those so that the city can rebuild its foundation. Reiterate that every time we talk about a new department.
Absolutely. Please do, sir. Please do.
So everybody can remember that. All right. So in the same packet you had with fire, development services is like 4 pages later. This is a much smaller, simpler discussion we're going to have in the same actual packet as the fire.
Ah, okay.
It's like 4 pages further in.
Is it the departmental effect?
So
Then it goes the budget cut and then the 5%.
yeah, so after the 25%, there's
Okay.
a summary,
Slide 20.
and then after that, then there's code and then development services. We're actually doing them in reverse,
Thank you.
starting with development services. All
There
right.
it is. Got you.
So, development services, just going to give some quick background information on where we are with that and the things we've already accomplished there. As identified previously and brought to council, we were outsourcing everything in that department, right? Paying a lot of money to a third party to do all of that work. We have since brought in a qualified inspector to that department who is doing inspections as we speak.
Yes.
We are actively reducing our reliance on third parties through that in-house inspector. We have a new director who again has got a significant number. I don't know the exact which ones he has ability and is qualified and has been doing this job before to come in and pick up plan reviews and some inspections potentially as well if his time allows. We have in this department, there's an open position that is currently slated to be, I'm going to get to the second one in a minute.
Okay.
is currently slated to be a plan reviewer and a planner. But that is still something that can be kind of worked around. And we'll talk about that specific position in a minute. And then we have two permit techs, I believe is they're called, and then a third open position for a permit tech.
So you have two field permit techs.
Techs,
and
correct.
one
One
open.
open permit tech. That is correct. And then we have an administrative assistant that helps out with all of that, filing liens, all those kinds of
Fire and
Fire and-
development services and code.
yeah, for development services and code. So that's that whole department. That's why we don't have like a full org chart on here for you. It's also been changing as we've been rebuilding it.
I'll also say that in an attempt to decrease costs, council just authorized the RFP for inspection and plan review services to be put out to the local, because that hadn't been put out for RFP in many, many years. So we put that out. You guys approved that at the last council meeting for us to put out an RFP.
It's being put out this week.
Being put out as
Oh, it's being put
yes,
out.
y'all just approved it at the last.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
The RFP for third-party inspections and plan review services. The company that we currently use that service hasn't been put out for bid in quite some time.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So
but I thought, oh, that hurt.
You see my Bobo?
nothing
But
funny about that phone,
I
sir.
thought that we were gonna hire internally and not need.
We need an overflow. To
Oh,
keep-
okay.
To keep development services, to keep permitting in the flow of stuff.
That's been a
Right.
huge
So
area.
this is only for overflow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the RFP is only for overflow.
And our inspector has already been out and honestly, we've already figured out a way to streamline and take a few of the phone calls off of our permit techs. Because the way it works now, and even with the third party, when they go out and do an inspection on a residential or commercial place, they're only giving them a green sticker or a red sticker. Well, if they give them a red sticker,
They can't do work.
they're not telling them what they failed at. So the contractors are automatically making a phone call to permits, and then one of the permit techs has to dig into the system and see if they can find what was plugged in to fail. So we created a sheet to give to them so they don't have to call and
Okay.
to attempt to decrease some of the workload on the permit techs.
So are we saving $400,000 or not?
So the expectation is that we will save about $200,000 to $250,000, $200,000 to $250,000 by bringing everything in house.
So the plan that this might be coming out wrong. If it is, forgive me, guys. But I try to be straightforward. The plan that we were sold on that would save us $400,000 is now saving us $250,000. Was 400 like a just a high estimate or an estimate?
That's
So
our goal.
that
is
was
to
the
get
goal?
to that number. Once we get,
So we're still going in that direction.
Yeah, we're
working
building.
on
Okay.
Yeah.
we're not at that number yet,
I got you.
but our goal is to be a little more streamlined.
So it's not that our figures were off. It's just that we haven't
We're not there.
become that efficient.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
And it's a new process. The city has not had an in-house. We've contracted that out for so long that, until our inspector went out and realized that gap in where we were creating extra work for the permit techs by not having something for the contractors to look at. So we're trying to streamline it and make it faster, make it better, and make it a little more cost effective for the city to do the job.
Okay.
Plus, the RFP allows us to negotiate that rate down more
Wow. Okay.
because it's gone unchecked for a few years.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing on this department that we would like to do is to give the new director an opportunity to kind of come in, figure out what they think they would want to do with the two open positions before we commit to a specific plan with those two positions. Right? They may feel that they don't like between them and what the fire marshals can do. They don't need somebody to review plans, right? Opening that position up to either, roll into the fire budget potentially or be used for something else.
That was your thought, just really quickly, not even for discussion. That was your thought today,
That's
or maybe a week ago,
it's something we've been thinking
2 weeks
about.
ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so my point in all of that is, now that Miss Burkhart will be arriving, so now that she's engaged with us, do we think also that we should perhaps loop her into that philosophy? What is Miss Burkhart's philosophy as it relates to
That was also another reason we haven't pushed to fill either one of those two
to keep it
positions,
loose?
Yeah.
to see
Okay,
how the direction our new city manager wants us to go, plus give the new building official / development services director time to evaluate what he has, see if, because he comes from another city that has an effective program, maybe he knows something that we don't.
yeah, gotcha.
So we didn't want to fill those positions and saddle him with something that he may not need.
No, I think it's a good idea. I was just simply saying, have you all thought about looping in Ms. Burkhart? Sounds
No,
like
100%.
yeah.
We have had, rough conversations until the actual contract is signed. We're sort of limited on how far
you go.
we go.
Okay, cool. But you all are having those types of conversations with her.
Yes, we're
Okay.
giving updated. She is actually either watching this live or is going to watch it this evening.
Gotcha.
And we have talked about those things, but
Cool.
details, high level, like details can't be discussed until she has
And our
a signed contract.
Yeah.
building official development services director doesn't start till the 17th, but him and I have had
Y'all been talking? Okay.
excellent conversations, like
The building official, not the developmental services.
same
director.
person.
It's the same person?
Will be the same person.
Okay.
So it's a twofold role. So we're not spending money on two separate salaries. We got one person qualified to do both positions.
Gotcha.
So-
Gotcha. Makes sense.
And him and I have had many conversations over the last couple of weeks about, things that he needs to be able to do hitting the ground running. So
Okay.
So we feel very confident that this department's going to be able to cut more than its 25% once it's all said and done.
Okay.
We would just like to give the new people time to figure out what they want to do with those two positions. They may be able to give them back completely and then we could, roll any of that extra savings.
So when will we see the line items for this department?
We can provide that again next week.
Next week? Okay. Will that also have the considerations that we're talking about? The new director, whatever we can glean also from Ms. Burkhart, will that have their thoughts in that line item next week as well?
Probably not Ms. Burkhart's, because the contract's not signed yet. We're going to try our best to let y'all review and approve that even for this next council meeting on the 10th. If we can get all this stuff on our end done. But
we wouldn't necessarily need to approve the line items. We want to see the line items so that we can
Yeah.
actually,
we can bring those again.
have them by Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
How many people do you have in development services?
So there are currently with the new director that's going to start in a week and a half, 6 with 2 open positions. I believe that's 7.
no, there's 5 with 2 opens.
5 with 2 opens.
Okay, that's just in development services.
That's development services.
Not code, just
Yeah,
development.
just development services. Yes.
Not 6.
It's 6.
You got the new inspector, the director, you got the open position for the plan reviewer, 2 field permit techs, and then 1 open permit tech.
So that's 7. That's 7.
7.
Yeah.
So 5 currently filled, 2 open.
My Aggie math failed me. I apologize.
And the 2 open are permit text positions?
1 is a permit tech.
One
One.
permit tech.
1 is a higher level plan reviewer.
Okay, and 1's permit.
Yeah.
Okay. So this has been a very contentious area for the city.
Yes.
And we want to make sure we get this area right. So, but you believe you can cut 25% from this area?
More than.
Yes,
More-
just with bringing things in-house, we believe that that'll cut 25% on its
Because
own.
BBG worked at one point. They were fleshing it out, and all of a sudden,
What is BBG?
that was a third party
inspector
vendor
firm.
that did the inspections for us.
It's
And now
It's
you're saying that now
safe built now.
It's safe built
Safe
now.
built.
Okay,
And
so now we're going out for RFP for the overflow.
correct.
So we're gonna go back to doing it in house for rent permit.
We've never done it in-house.
I thought we had. I know before we didn't have BBG. When I
We had
first
Bureau
came on,
Veritas.
you had a Bureau Veritas.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how long have we always contracted? Yeah.
Back under Mr. Jackson's and
That's when they
Ms.
started.
Purnell's run, we had a part-time plan reviewer, building inspector that worked 2 days a week, but we were
Okay.
still using the
I'm
third
just
party.
concerned about the pipeline because the pipeline has just been stuck.
That's
as
a-
far as-
I think that's in planning, zoning. I'm not
Right.
100%. It's
What pipeline?
I'm talking about as far as
The
how
process?
the process is supposed to work.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Because
I thought you meant an actual pipeline. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
oh
So
yes, ma'am.
Because we've been talking about that pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, I agree completely. The
Yeah.
workflow could be smoother
yeah,
and we are trying everything to figure out a smoother process because it's definitely,
stalled.
it's rough. It's an area that can be improved in and we're,
Okay.
the person that we're bringing in from another city is one, I have some colleagues that work in that city and
Yeah, we heard that for about the last two we had. So I just
they
show
definitely,
me, show me. That's all I can say.
oh, I agree. I'm hoping that,
We've heard that same.
I'm hoping
thing.
that this process that comes in will be,
Better.
Yeah.
he'll be able to help us out a little better with the,
So the reason that you are able to confidently cut 25% is because the last year's budget incorporated us outsourcing. So
100%.
that's the thrust of your cuts here is that we're bringing it in-house. That's going to be a huge reduction. And so there's not necessarily a need to make any hard cuts here.
Correct.
well,
Okay.
and in that department, that's really the only expenditures outside of personnel that development services has is third-party fees
Yeah.
between,
Well, it says decrease personnel too. So are you planning on cutting personnel when it said effects? You have
what-
discontinue BBG, but then you also have decreased personnel. Are you talking about
It's those two positions
Yeah.
that are currently unfilled. It's possible that we might not,
fill it? Okay.
but not,
Okay.
might not need them.
Okay.
At which point those could either funnel
Do-
to something
yeah.
else or.
We'd like to see the dollar value of those employees as well.
Yeah.
That way we can, again, to your point, everything has the balance.
Yeah.
So,
No.
anybody else have any questions for developmental services? That was painless, Worth.
Yeah,
That was
I told you
pretty
that there's one easy one.
Thank you, Word.
Actually, there's two.
I bet you want to dismiss too now. Good, let me go home. No, sir, you will not go home.
So yeah, there's two easy ones. So
So where we at, which one? are
next
we
we're gonna
on?
do code.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
For code, I'm actually gonna have both chiefs come up.
We're
If you flip back
Oh, I
2
see it.
pages, that's where code is.
still in fire? We're
Still in
still
fire, yeah.
Yeah, still in fire.
Right after summer.
It's still reverse here. I'll go like that.
There it is.
Yeah. there we go. Mhm.
Right here.
I think they can probably share.
here you go, Chief.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
You're fixing to take the lead, so.
We got extra mics over here. Yeah. We just need to move one more.
It's the length of the cord
Okay.
that becomes
problem.
problematic. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we can both speak loud enough to.
Mine should fit.
No need a microphone.
Try mine.
All right, so again, I'm gonna start saying this before every department.
Okay.
It is important to remember that part of this budget, a significant part, is funding our rebuilding of our city reserve and emergency fund. That is a big commitment the city is making to rebuild the foundation so that we can actually have a functional city that can handle any bad or good opportunity going forward.
We're rebuilding if we were at home, it's our savings account and our emergency fund.
Yep.
We're rebuilding that in this budget.
So not all, it's a multi-year process, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah.
Can't.
Yeah.
No
This
way
is
we
step one of the
Step one.
rebuilding.
Yep.
Thank
Step
you
one of
for that.
rebuilding. Yeah. All right. So code, as we discussed, code has very recently moved from under development services, which Chief Merriman supervises development services, that director, to PD. And this is an area I am by no means an expert in. So having both people who actually have expertise here, I think will do everybody good, since I know this is an area that there's a lot of desires in a lot of different directions for. And so, we have gone through and made a rough idea of some things that we can look at. So one that we've discussed previously is switching from a passive code where we take care of a bunch of stuff and then we put liens on for how much it costs us to do it. Right? That's a very passive code. We don't see any of that money until that property sells. That could be 20, 30 years. That could be 300 years if it passes down, so it's a very passive code enforcement style, to switching to an aggressive code enforcement style, where instead of doing the work to keep those properties up to date, we start, providing, enforcement action and tickets on them, and then they have to actually pay that cost. It still would ultimately run into a lien if they never paid, but it gets it out there right away. It brings in immediate revenue as opposed to long-term theoretical revenue. Because again, we may never actually, that property stays in that same family, just gets passed down for 1,000 years. We'll never actually see those liens come off. So that's one thing that's discussed, as a way to increase revenue overall, right? Beyond that, I know there's been a lot of talk about different ways to do code. I'll let the experts to my right kind of talk about those types of things. The only other thing is at the 25% level, it is very likely we would have to cut from 4 to 3 in code.
How many do we have?
But we have,
Four.
We have 4.
but we have a supervisor, right?
1 supervisor, 3 techs, or are they techs? Officers.
We used to have 1 supervisor and 4 officers.
We have 1 and 3 now.
But what are we budgeted for?
We are budgeted for 1 and 3.
What's fourth then?
Yeah. When did that happen?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at prior years.
So there's a total of
Yeah.
4.
There's a total of 4, 1 supervisor, 3.
I think that the council, last year's council, 3 of us are here. We were under the understanding, and I could be wrong, that we had 1 supervisor and 4 officers.
We used to, the previous city manager took one of those and reallocated the funds.
Previous meaning Holly?
JB?
Okay. But I don't remember that being reflected in our budget. So when we passed the budget last year, we thought we were passing a budget with
4.
1 and 4. Okay.
And I was only authorized to hire
3.
3,
Okay.
plus the supervisor.
Okay.
So again, we're not looking to get rid of a code officer, but at a 25% cut, that might be something that's something that has to be at least discussed.
Is our supervisor a working supervisor?
Yes, sir.
He or she, whomever that person is, actually goes out. Okay.
They handle the administrative stuff and
And they have a district?
and they do it in district.
Okay.
So at this point, I will turn it over to the experts to talk about anything they'd like to talk about, and then we'll take all the questions you'll have. I don't know what.
Gentlemen, are y'all over there enforcing the code? Is that what's happening?
We are. So Deputy Chief and I met we took them over Monday. So we visited with all of them yesterday. And we've come up with some strategies with them. You know, they're all about, trying to get compliance to get it done. They don't currently are not issuing citations for that. They're doing administrative liens on properties and things like that. We during the interviews with them, they're like, you know, it's frustrating when we go and ask 3 and 4 times and we get no response from the property owner to move the car, or cut the grass, or whatever it may be. And one of the gentlemen that worked in Texas City, and he goes, I've never been to court here. I think he's been a year. He goes, I was always in court in Texas City, because there they would ask, you know, 3 to 4 times, and then they would issue a citation. Then they would go in and they would have a hearing in front of a judge, and, you know, there would be fines assessed. That's one of the kind of the things that we're looking at doing, or kind of bouncing off to see what the benefits in Galveston. As you well know, they would go out and issue citations for weeds and, you know, junk vehicles, trash in the yard, and all that. And they would always try the compliance route, but then there would become a point where compliance was no longer an option. So they would issue the citation, and that usually would spur them to
Come in.
and clean it up.
Mhm.
Especially when you get, and I want to, it's been a while, but I want to say those tickets were like $243. And that's been a while,
Yeah.
that I've dealt with it intimately like that. So that might be something, that we look at, of course, with y'all's, direction. If that's what y'all want us to do with code, we certainly can do it. Or if we can, you know, continue to do the, summons through the court, that's another route, and place a lien on it. But the cost on, we go and cut a yard, I don't have it, right off the top of my head. Do you know what it is, David?
I've never seen an individual. It's usually,
Yeah.
the bill is usually for 3 or 4, 10 yards he cuts at a time.
And so, and we have to recoup that on the back end on the lien. So we're out of that money up front. And like we said, it might be 5 years, it might be 75 years before we actually get that money back into the city.
Yeah.
So, we, that was one of the things that we discussed with them. You know, certainly, they can pick up a ticket writer in the morning, at the PD over in B building, and they all have access to one. You know, the officers will start at 6, they start at 7:30. And so we have ticket writers that are in there, and they write tickets on the phone. Just so you know, there's no.
Yeah.
Are
Are we issuing them phones?
They do have
So
city cell phones.
they have city cell phones and iPads, and the new ticket writing software is on the iPad.
iPad, okay.
But the hitch is the printers. They're a specific printer that we get through the court fund, and we just don't have enough to go. We've never had enough of those to go around.
Enough printers?
Yes.
How many printers will we need? And how much are they?
They're about, I think, 8,000 a piece. So we would need.
Did you
four-
say 8,000?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Have you
They're-
checked with HGAC to see if we can do a cooperative type of purchasing?
We- I mean-
8,000 for a printer.
We can,
know it's
I mean, we
expensive.
can look, and we do have a little bit of funding in court that.
Because
there's several
this is an
things.
investment, because I think what
Yeah.
you're gonna get, Mr. Ferguson, and then through Mr. Ferguson to our chiefs, it seems like this council is gonna direct you to be more assertive and aggressive on your code enforcement citations. Again, the idea is to unburden the taxpayer and allow for a boutique style of revenue generation. And so if folks don't keep their grass high, then they don't have to worry about citations and having to pay these fines, right? And so if that saves a few dollars on the property tax, then I think people would be more willing to live with that type of situation than having a lax, lenient code enforcement division simply because, we don't want to burden our citizens, our residents. I think we're flipping from that to more of a pay as you go, pay for what services you are using, as well as pay for those ordinances that you are violating. So I would say you're probably going to get a council that will say, be very aggressive.
Be very aggressive.
Okay.
And there's,
And there is,
Because that has to do with safety as well. I know.
and that's what we discussed with them yesterday. We, obviously they're not armed, but they do wear a uniform. They do look like an official, city official. And there's certainly nothing wrong with them getting on the radio and requesting one of our units. And I think Deputy Chief and I've got a solution for them, where they can communicate, directly with us. So when they step out of a location, we certainly can have an officer go by and check with them,
Yeah.
and try to alleviate some of that, or when they do run across a situation where they know that they're probably gonna not be with someone that's gonna be willing to accept a citation, we can roll a police unit there with them. All I can say is, as a patrolman, I enjoyed going out with those guys when they were in my district. I particularly kept up with them. They were out in the neighborhood. They needed some protection. Plus, I learned what they do,
Right.
and got to see it firsthand. So there are things that we can work out on our end, and make it happen.
Let me ask you this really quickly. Who, not who, we don't deal with who's. What position is supervising the code enforcement? Which lieutenant? What position lieutenant?
So right now, it is Deputy Chief.
The deputy chief? Okay, they
Yes.
report directly to the deputy chief?
Yes. And two reasons of that. One, he's got a lot of historical knowledge on it. And Chad, if I misspeak, let me know. I think he's enjoying it right now. And so they're reporting to Deputy Chief Wagner.
No worries.
And so
we just wanted to know.
Yeah, their supervisor, we met with him yesterday, and he seems like they have a good working relationship. So why, I could assign it to the patrol lieutenant, but he's currently, doing 431.
Yeah.
And so eventually at one point in time, we might do that because they function with the patrol guys a lot, especially on, they work days, but they watch patrols out there, the lieutenant over patrol. But when we get to that point, we'll reassess it and see if that's where we want to go with it. But I think Deputy Chief Wagner is enjoying it.
Gotcha.
so I will make a couple of notes with, if council does want us to move to that aggressive, which certainly seems like that's the desire. That does mean that we might not be as aggressive about us going in and paying to have those lawns cut, right? Because once we cut a lawn, then we can't issue another citation. Whereas if that lawn stays, I'm just using grass as an
I
example.
think you ought to be able to cut it.
Well, so once we cut it,
No.
we can't then do a citation the next day. Right.
So as a former director of public housing, we had lots.
Yeah.
And when we had to cut it, because that affects your property value, you take a picture of it, you put that in a file, but you're able to still do a citation on it.
That day, I guess what I'm saying is, if you, depending on how aggressive you want to be,
Oh, I see. what you're
legally
saying.
allowed to cite a
Yeah.
property every day. It's a new citation.
No, I don't
I don't
think
think it
we're not
works
going
that
to have
way.
that.
Yeah.
So I just want to
Yeah.
Yeah.
be clear about.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way, but you can, because people want, Lamar, part of safety is clean and beautiful, right? And so we wanted to make it look right, but there needs to be a process, I guess. Cause I don't know if you can charge them every day. Now,
Was
that
it-
would-
You are
that's-
legally allowed to do that, but again, that's hyper aggressive,
No,
right?
no.
We need to find
Not
where
that high.
where y'all want
That's
the
too
line
much.
to
There's too
be.
much on our
Yeah.
staff.
Right. Yeah.
I get it. I know what
I think it was like 30 days, because when you
It
were
was 30
saying,
days, yes.
Yeah, I think it was like 30 days you had to
we
respond.
had 30 days.
Yeah.
And And then if they didn't, then, some of the ones,
Yeah.
So we kind of have a process already in building standards similar to that. And with code, and I think we just, like you said, Chief, do it that way. Because we've never really done it that way as far as that I remember. Can I remember here? But I think because we need to generate funds to help support code, right? Because we know that's a big issue right now in our city.
Ideally, code would actually be able to be fully self-sufficient
You think
and
so?
maybe even,
It should be.
and maybe even beyond
Beyond.
self-sufficient. We're not there yet, and we won't be this year, right? Since we're just
Right, getting
getting started, figuring it out.
Let me ask you this though. On a 25% cut, you say code is going to have to cut about $110,000.
Yep.
Why would we not, question not rhetorical, why would we not think that switching to a more aggressive response with citations, why would we not think that that wouldn't significantly make up that gap?
I think it will.
Okay.
I guess I don't believe that in our first year ironing out all the kinks, right? Because then we also got to get the court side set up and
Okay.
and working clean. I don't think it's going to be able to fully self-fund,
Gotcha.
right? Whereas I think the goal would be to have code self-fund.
Yeah.
Right. I just don't think that can happen in the first year.
Okay. But so when we get this back, revenue generation should increase.
Correct.
That number, 109,000, should decrease. And then to make up the difference, what are you saying? Where are you asking us to look at cuts? The two positions?
No, so
Or it's one.
we'll go in and we'll kind of try and come up with what a reasonable first year
Look
would look like. We want to be very
Okay.
conservative in that because what we don't want to do is assume we're going to bring in 350,000 and bring in,
300.
Yeah, but
300 or,
you should be able to, though, to look at your data from years prior to be able to see where you have effects, decrease mowing. I don't think anybody wants to see a decrease in mowing. We have lots right now that need to be mowed.
that was with us reducing
Right.
the 110,000.
Okay,
One of those,
yeah, I don't
that
think
cut
we
would
need
be
to,
that.
do,
Um,
because then my phone begins to ring every day and every week. If we decrease, I don't think we need to find a way, in my opinion, to increase. And I think you can do that if you do the citations.
Yeah, so
You'd be surprised.
what we would do is we would basically, my intent, given the app, what
Mhm.
council is providing as
Mhm.
sort of their initial desire, is I'll go back and reevaluate what this looks like
Right.
with an aggressive code.
Right.
And then we'll bring back numbers that kind of show,
Because you ought to be able to tell from the data when we didn't have citations, we've never done the citations
Yep.
before. But it typically was the same lots. I mean, even when we had the third party cutting the grass, you should be able to look at the data, see how much we spent just without citations.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you to call around to cities that have a program where they actually charge and see what their average is. If they're, that's like size to the mark.
yeah.
Just to kind of get a better picture, because code is a non-negotiable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely do that. Like, again, I don't know, again, this is where I don't have enough experience in code to know what
Right.
the like collection rate percentage would be,
Mhm.
right? So that I'd have to reach out to other contacts to figure out, like if we issue, for every $1,000 of citations we issue, we collect, is it
Right.
$750? Is it 520? What's that look like?
So let me ask you this, and I can't tell from what you gave us, with the game rooms now being banned, and that brought in about $800,000 worth of revenue every year. What is the goal to replace that revenue?
Right now, there is not a replacement of that revenue.
Okay.
And I'm happy to look at options.
Mhm. We can
but-
see what other places have done.
But yeah, we can pursue those things. I don't have an answer
That's fine.
right now, but
Because I do know that was a big chunk of revenue for code.
Yeah.
To bring in.
What was our budget? What was our revenue budget for citations issued by code enforcement, developmental services? at the beginning of the fiscal year last year? What did we approve? Because I heard somebody say that we are currently not issuing citations.
That's right. So the way we get revenue from code right now is, well, there's the game room fees, which is gone away, right? But then the other was payment of liens. So we would put a lien on a property for not complying with code.
Registrations,
And
rental
registrations.
chicken permits.
But there was no funding tied to citations.
So
That was
you brought up another point. Our rental registration has been low for years, almost since we started the program. Most people believe that there are significantly more rental properties in Lamarck, and that these folks are simply not registering. There's a way for us to be able to ascertain whether or not these are rental properties by simply looking at the water bill to see if the water bill account matches the deed, right? That would be the first clue. And I think that when you bring this back, we need to bring back a revised revenue generation piece on our rental registration, because
Okay.
I think that we're significantly low. I think we collected maybe $40,000 at one point. It's like $100 a unit,
And then it went up to 150.
and we're still only collecting $40,000 or so.
It's very possible
Yeah.
that we are under collecting that because we have not put focus.
Yeah,
On that.
yeah.
Similarly, we have not.
8,000 connections, 8,000 UB connections, and we only
Roughly,
have
yeah.
400 something rental homes. We have two sections of our city that were built to be rental home communities, right? So I know that there's so my point is to not necessarily drill down into it right now, but I'd like to see an increased projection in revenue generation for rental registration. Number two, when we start to write these tickets, will this fall under the Linebarger Grogan collection piece?
It should be able to fall into that, but I'll have to validate the contract.
And number three, have we looked at the fines associated with these ordinances to see if there is any room for increase?
I have not looked. I know I believe the statutory maximum is 2,000, but we wouldn't want to necessarily charge that. I don't know what, I'd have to look at our specific.
The municipal, I believe the municipal fine goes from 200 to 2,000.
Let me. I think we should push it as high as the council will let it go. Let me ask you this: code enforcement folks.
That if when it goes to court, that's set by the judge.
The rental fee?
The fine.
Okay,
ticket
fine.
The ticket fine, yeah.
Okay.
So, but the ordinance says what, up to?
Up to.
Does our ordinance say that? My point is, does our ordinance say give the freedom to the judge to be able to provide for the maximum fine?
We can look into it.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So my point is, let's take off the handcuffs so that the judge can judge, right? If he or she, whoever the judge is capped at $500, then they're capped at $500. They're capped at $2,000, they still can render a decision for $500, right? And that it gives them a little more room for the offender that is egregious, right? Ridiculous, unwilling to coordinate and resolve. Let me ask you this: for lack of a better term, Chief, the dog leash ordinance, that's an ordinance. Is that an ordinance that code enforcement can enforce, or is that an ordinance that law enforcement has to enforce? Because if we wrote tickets for the amount of dogs that are off leash in our city, nobody would be here because we would be flush with cash.
Yeah. You're right.
Seriously,
So,
like our budget would be $50 million.
yeah.
But go ahead.
I'll have to look and see if code enforcement can do that. I want to say they can't, and so I'm going back to when in Galveston, code enforcement wrote somebody, um, an exotic animal. They had a big snake walking down the seawall. They have an ordinance again that code enforcement stopped, wrote them a ticket. And so I'm almost positive they can, but let me check and make sure.
And here's my bigger point.
I think they can too. It's a municipal court fine, so they should be able
They
to.
should, right? They
Yes.
should.
Yes.
And that's my big, and I'm so serious about the idea that it's time for us to start writing citations for, let me put this in a different way because I'm saying something that will sound really different in law enforcement. It's time for us as a community to start holding accountable. That's what I'm trying to say. Our community members who are violating the leash ordinance. And I think that we've argued with them. We've gave them ugly looks. Some of them have maced some of them, and all sorts of things have happened with the leash ordinances. The one thing that has not happened is I have not heard of any person being issued a fine because of the violation of the leash ordinance. That's a serious problem in our community, and I think that we can to do two things at once. I think that we can make our community safer by having less unattended dogs in the community spaces, as well as provide for another vehicle, another way to generate revenue and clean our city at the same time. So I'd like to see us in a package, Mr. Ferguson, increase our projections. So that because I think that we should increase our workload. Again, let me rephrase that. We are already overworked. I think that we should increase our focus. That's a better way to put that on enforcing the leash law. Anybody else on this?
No, but I heard 10 yards. When you said that, I'm not sure what context you placed that in.
We were discussing what a charge per yard mow.
Mhm.
And I, usually when we see the bill from our mowing company that does the mowing for our lanes,
Okay.
it's never a single yard, and I've never looked at it
It
long enough to
didn't.
break it down what it is
Okay.
per yard. It's there, but it's like 12 yard, they mowed 12 yards and then here's the total. And I've seen the totals, but I haven't looked at what each yard is individually on a
Okay.
fee. So
So to clarify, we are no longer going to be mowing private property.
No,
We're gonna look at, there might be a case where it's such a nuisance that we do have to do that.
Okay.
But we're gonna try to cite the owner. If that doesn't get resolved, then we'll
Okay.
place a lien,
I got you.
because like you said,
I
uncut
totally
yard,
get that.
drives down the value and it
That's
doesn't
right.
look good.
Doesn't look good, and that has to do with safety. If we're talking about being
Yeah.
the safest city in Texas, no one wants to live because some people. This is an old town, so you have like one time we had a lady that had that didn't know she inherited land. She lived in California.
Oh, yeah.
And there was like all these liens that she had to come to the city. We have that a lot here, and I don't want to live next door to a property, which by the way I am, but y'all were on it because the owner's not cutting their grass right next to me. And they've been given a code, not a citation, just a little red thing on their door. I don't even know if the property owner knows about it because he's not coming by the property. But maybe you guys have notified him. But my point is, I think we do need to mow. I do not think we need to decrease the mowing because there are some people that really think Marque is unkept, and us not mowing it would make it look further unkept. I don't think that's a smart move to make. That's not what they do with cities with best practices like Lake City, those kind of cities. Of course, they have a bigger budget than we do, but I don't think we need to stop mowing. No.
Yeah. And we can, again, working
I
with
agree.
the chiefs and code, we can come up with kind of like a,
We'll come up with a game
standard
plan.
process of this is how we work through things. This is the timing. if something reaches this level, the city will intervene actively and take care of the issue.
Cause you have people that need community service. I mean, let's look at some things that we could do to encourage community service, like we did with the litter bus. We used to have the litter bus. And they would go around the city and clean it up. That was part of their community service. I mean, there's some optional things. I just want you guys to research to see what other cities are doing that are in budget crunches like we are. I do not think the beauty of our city should be compromised because of the budget issues. When we could work with some of our community partners and see, I've actually worked with my nonprofit. I actually have a guy that as part of his community service, he cuts grass and does a good job doing it. And so maybe we can find those type of groups that have those type of people that can help, not to say do all of it, but just maybe a substantial part of it.
Yeah, we can look into that, see what we can find. I don't know that I'll have an answer
Yeah.
when we come back next week on that, but we'll look and see what we can.
'Cause I told y'all,
Can track down.
gonna have 50 million people calling my home.
Hold on. Are there any concerns about the bulk, the debris, the pickups, the constant picking up in certain areas? I mean,
So bulk debris is something that is able to be, given a citation,
okay,
right? We would, as with a lot of these things, what we would want to do is create the standard operating procedure. Like
okay,
we see it, we cite it, right?
let it go
um,
through the process.
We give them X number of days to address said issue.
Mhm.
We would come back out, and I'm making this up on the spot, so this is not like, we would give them second citation, and then we would take care of it, or whatever that looks like, right? We would kind of set a parameter for that. That way, code knows exactly what's happening. They can say, hey, these are the rules. This is how it works. And that
so
way,
if they don't pick it up, the city will pick it up?
yeah, we would eventually have like a situation where the city would intervene. Again, similar to with grass or with like the city would eventually intervene and solve the issue.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to make sure that we have given them ample opportunity, but also the city has taken its share before we go in and actually have to do our piece. Yeah.
And when you do it, is there a follow-up impact on the resident or no, it's done?
So they would get, like in the scenario I just laid out, which again, we'd have to kind of figure out what that looks like.
Mhm.
They would receive 2 citations,
Okay.
right? The initial one and then the follow-up citation. And then whatever it costs us to pick it up, right?
Comes a lien.
That becomes a lien on the
Okay,
property,
got it.
right? So they have 2 citations and a lien. If they don't pay those citations, those then revert to, collections,
So a ticket and a lien.
ticket and a lien, if they don't do anything. Yeah.
And some of that gets tricky because residents will put bulk trash out for waste management to pick up. Waste management will drive by it and red tag it or not even do anything with it. And then we go by, code looks at it. The resident will put it in the bundles like waste management is tells us to. And then we're finding that some instances, the code supervisor has to get with the waste management supervisor and find out why they didn't pick them up. And it's
And that's
because-
just a process you have to create.
because waste management doesn't pick up bulk trash in the sense that we would consider bulk trash, where a waste management truck goes by with a grapple truck, picks it up, throws it in. It is literally a couple of guys on a trash truck with like they're picking up trash cans.
So Worth, I talked a little bit about this to you and Miss Holly. There is a definite need while we're here in this budget for a project manager for public works. That person would be able to be the person to make sure that all of the documentation, all of the compliance is done, for example, with the wastewater treatment plant expansion.
Yeah.
All of the work is being supervised with the lift stations, with the manholes. That person would be responsible for being the liaison, the backup, the verifier of all of our relationships with and our partnerships with those companies that we partner with, like Waste Management. That person would be responsible for driving down some of those streets to inspect those piles so that that person can call back and say, no, sir, no, ma'am, Waste Management, you overlooked the pile that we are about to cite a resident for, you will do this, right? You need a person to be that project manager to make sure that every action and interaction we have with our partners is done according to the expectations and the specifications and the agreements that we have with our partners. Does that make sense?
Yes, and we
And
do
I-
have that when we talk
You
about,
have that in there?
when
Okay.
we talk about public works on the utility fund side, that's where
So that what we're talking about there has some potential to help
It could-
work out what Chief is talking about.
Yeah, right now our contact for or our primary waste management person is our utility billing supervisor.
Who doesn't get out? She's not.
She's not.
Yes,
correct.
she's
Um,
bound by job performance to
yes.
to City Hall.
So this would be able to take that off of her plate and move it to
Get somebody out in the field that can actually look and say, Waste Management, you didn't do it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, well, we do have that in the public works once we get to the utilities side.
Let's
And-
make sure, Worth, that if this council approves it, this is an even bigger step, and this is where we lose it. If the council approves that position, right there on the spot, Worth, the council needs to provide direction on a job description. Right? Let's
Yep.
not, don't let the council approve a project manager and then go about our business, and 8 months later, we've hired somebody and paid them for 8 months and we don't know what they do. And we don't have an expectation of them.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll definitely work with y'all on that. Any position we're going to add that's new, we will want to make sure we understand what it is you are intending that position to do on a very detailed level. That way we can
And
translate.
then when we present the budget, we would also want to make sure that kitchen table politics, we explain these positions to our residents, not just the council who's sitting here talking to you about it, but to our residents in 30 seconds or less. These are the new positions and these are the things that they're going to do. Easy,
Yeah.
kitchen table, where they get it, right?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have a executive summary of what the position
Makes
does.
sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else we are still on code? Anyone for the code? Yes, ma'am. Do you have Miss Candace? Thank you.
Just as a city secretary who has recorded liens and released liens, that they do grow by 10% annually. So someone who doesn't pay a weed lot mowing bill, which is $400, well, 10 years later, 5 years later, it's 4,000. And so that's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
Let me ask you this, just to put a fine point on it. When the lien gets, and this is for anybody in the room, when the lien gets to where it has exceeded the value of the property, is there any recourse for that property to be reclaimed somehow?
There is, and a lot of times that's when you'll see that those property owners will come to council and ask for a break.
When it's time for the municipality or the county or whatever governmental entity to take that property, that's when they want to talk.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But do we want to create a process though? I don't know. That's something we think about because that you and I both know that's happened, right?
Well, it has happened and some of those we're finding that they're so old that
Right.
the documentation is,
Yeah, there was no
Lacking.
right. And then we ended up having to take away
Yes.
that, yeah.
yeah, that's
So that's why let me think about that a little bit and maybe we'll talk about it.
the new process, some of the newer liens, I know they are documenting better with better documentation in the two systems that we, the two
Right.
repository systems that we have in SmartGov and OpenGov. So
Right.
it's gotten better over but some of those old ones, like, we're
The
looking
one that
at,
was $32,000 and the land was only worth 7,000 and they
and
couldn't sell the property.
the documentation for some of those were so old that it
Right. Well, she challenged it in the court and it brought it down to like 4,000
right.
because there was no documentation, which kind of makes us look kind of icky.
It does.
That's what I'm trying to see. what is a process that we can have in place? I think that's what the mayor's alluding to.
Absolutely.
Think about a process so we can eliminate that.
Better process of records retention and holding on to those old liens.
Right, because it could have been back then, you didn't need documentation, right? But then it still makes us look icky, or the city looks icky because of that. And that's something I guess you all can talk about creating a policy for that in those type of cases.
I know in my time with code, I've sat with them a few times looking for a lien that was created in 1987, and they're just
No documentation.
outside of a scan of the lien that was filed with the date of 87 in the county records. There's not really any other.
But what happens is though, and this is what doesn't make the city look good. If the city knows there's no documentation and no one has gotten these people to say, hey, go check with the county, then the city will take that lien, the $32,000, knowing that they're, you know what I mean? It just doesn't look good for the city.
Sure.
It makes it look like we're getting over on the people when we know all someone has to do is tell the resident, hey, go challenge it with the county. Well, if we know that the paperwork is not right, let's create a process for that if it's older than 1987. So then you know what I'm saying? That's because most people don't know to call the county.
Well, and what we currently do is if the lien does come in, we research to see if we have documentation, and if we do, we provide the documentation that says, yep, this is our lien. If it's not, then we don't have a choice but to
come down on the cost.
release it because we don't have documentation on it.
So I will say, we did find a pretty substantial amount of lien documentation when we did building A, when we did that. Look,
Oh, yeah, found it.
not all, I mean, we certainly didn't find everything, but there was
Yeah.
a lot there.
Oh, documentation.
You know, one project that would be a good project to do would be to go in and do a full audit review of all our liens, make sure we have everything documented and buttoned up. I don't know that we have the manpower or the time to do that like aggressively right now, but like as a long-term goal, that would be a thing. That way we could then make very easily just kind of.
There were lots of very cool old things found in that bill. I found the original blueprints for the fire station at Main and Passera.
Oh.
It's a residence now, but I found those blueprints in a bin. So there was a lot of things found in that building when we cleaned it up.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to this number, this $109,000. We don't really see a problem with trimming this. We think we can get in.
Yeah, we'll go back in, we'll do
we
some
think
revenue
we-
projections, and then we'll.
Developmental services and code, we think we can get in underneath.
Yeah.
So that's good news. Dispatch?
Next is dispatch. This one isn't directly included in your packet. This is something we just want to talk about.
Okay.
Because it's part of the PD budget. It's a sub piece in there.
Okay.
However, because of some opportunities that the gentleman to my right have been working through and have found, the city is now in a position to I don't want to overstate our position, but we feel it is a reasonable likelihood that we will be able to pick up dispatching for other entities in the area.
When you say other entities,
Other municipal,
Other municipal entities in the area.
And
other
I don't-
police departments, or when you,
both
okay,
police and fire.
okay.
So we're in negotiations with them. I don't want to speak out of term. They were close to us. We're in open negotiations with at least 3, possibly 4. Two of which we can provide services for relatively easy. The third and fourth, we might have to bring an additional dispatcher on to provide those services, but we can do it better than some of our competitors that are out there. And provide better service because these are adjoining communities next to ours. And they've approached us and we're like, yeah. So we are in what they call the League City Consortium for RMS. It's made up of about 17 agencies, Brazoria County, Deer Park, League City, us, Dickinson, a few others. And so if I sit on the board of directors, I don't see a problem with these municipalities coming over. There would be a savings on the back end on what our portion would be because it would be a bigger piece of the pie split from 17 agencies to 20. So there would be a cost reduction for us, but then we could provide dispatch services for them for police, fire, EMS, fairly easy. If the two of the larger ones come on, we are going to have to probably expand our dispatch, which we have already planned on doing with a remodel of 431. Dispatch is probably about as big as this dais area. So we can accommodate that at our current building once we get back into it. And so we're looking anywhere from possibly a little over 230,000 in revenue for that. And it's still way cheaper than any competitor that can do it. So
So are
That
you
wouldn't
talk-
be pure use revenue. That would be,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we would have to, some of that would have to go to pay the new salary for the
for
dispatcher.
dispatcher,
and
things like that.
Yeah. But it would contain a little bit of additional revenue as part of that.
Okay, so you're talking about leaving the Lake City Consortium?
No, we're in there.
Okay, so we're in there. So you're just
We
saying
are in there.
you're
These other
providing
agencies,
service.
so there's two consortiums. One is ran by the county and one's ran by League City. We already belong to League City. These people, these agencies are trying to get into the League City Consortium right now. They are in negotiations with them
Okay.
and moving forward with that.
So we're just providing a service
We are going to provide a service to them.
to them at a cheaper rate because their city can't do it or they can't afford it.
So it was a free service that was provided by the county. They are now
Charging.
charging for it.
What'd you say?
Huh?
No, I just.
They are now charging for it. And so we can provide that service. These are adjoining agencies. We back each other already. On calls, we have mutual aids with them. And so they are trying to get on the League City Consortium, which it looks like they're all going to be able to do it.
So this is a way to get more income for your budget, basically.
This would increase a little bit of extra income.
It would, and it would also, I think it would benefit all the adjoining communities.
Right.
But
we've had some of our own issues with dispatch as far as keeping them. So you're gonna be able to.
we are, right now, we are fully staffed.
Okay, so
Um,
I don't think we've ever come to a budget meeting where it's been fully staffed.
fully staffed in dispatch right now.
Okay. So
That's a
we'll-
good thing.
So we'll add how many more?
Depending on the two larger ones, if they come on, we probably would have to add,
At least two, I would think.
yeah, possibly 4. But, the larger community, we do not have their numbers yet, so the two smaller communities, we can handle what we got right now.
Okay.
The one larger community, we're probably going to have to add at least 2 dispatchers.
But that's absolutely brilliant because I know cities are dealing with budget cuts right now. So for us to partner is amazing.
Yeah,
for us
it's a
to do.
benefit to both cities, right?
Right.
It really is.
We can do it cheaper, we can do it better,
Right.
and it allows us to then.
Right.
So
bring in a
you,
little bit of extra income.
that whole effort.
you're talking about 3 cities total is what I'm.
Maybe
I'm-
4.
Maybe
3, maybe 4? Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem was sharing with me while I was out. And I wanted to make sure that
the police one.
I understood it. if these 4 cities come on, what will that do to our expenditure line for our own dispatchers? Not any that we would have to add, for the ones that we are providing for now. Will it decrease that cost?
It'll
It
decrease.
will decrease, yes, sir.
It'll decrease it. We could then, always give them a little bit better salary to ensure we keep them, right, reappropriate the decrease. The decrease would come in our piece of the consortium cost. That would decrease.
That would decrease a
So
little
how
bit.
much we save?
Until I get the numbers and we figure out what the consortium prices they're gonna.
But we're gonna save some money.
We
Yeah.
will.
If this
automatic-
works out, we're
Yeah.
gonna save some money.
Yes, sir.
To the overall police budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I will say, if all 4 cities come on, the actual expenditure in dispatch will ultimately have to increase, right? We'll have to hire new ones to help with that extra.
With the
cost,
extra call load.
right? But as part of this, those cities will be paying us to cover that, plus a little bit of extra for us to, administer the program and do those things.
That's
We've
what,
already crunched the numbers with dispatch, with the dispatch supervisor that's in there, and the cost benefit for us is very good. Because we won't have to increase a great number of dispatch to be able to carry the call load.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the majority of dispatch is already there. It's just adding extra people.
And
extra content.
probably what we would do, the two that we would bring on additional. So we'd bring it on during the peak hours. Typically mornings are a little bit slow. So they would probably.
You say mornings were slow?
A little bit slower. And so we probably would bring them on in the afternoons. We might even do it'd be a 12-hour shift that works in the middle of the day into maybe 4 to 4. Typically at 4 a.m. your calls typically are slowing down a little bit. And they start picking up around 4 in the
For an
afternoon.
afternoon, yeah.
So that's what we're thinking.
Okay.
So this, so the big reason we wanted to kind of bring this out in its own conversation is this is something that was not accounted for in the information that you have in your packet, because it's
This is new.
very new,
Yeah.
right?
It's like 3 weeks old.
So,
I think I like it. I like it.
I do
I
too.
I think it connects us to to the other agencies, our neighbors. As well as, at this point, it's about providing as much services as efficiently as possible. And if that means that in order to have a nice lawnmower, you got to cut your neighbor's lawn, you still,
done
you,
that
you
before.
still, you still can
I-
enjoy a nice lawnmower.
And I've done that. Not at my current house, but my.
so we wanted to make you all aware of that opportunity. Again, there's no contract signed yet or anything like that, but it is something that we think is very highly likely
Yeah,
to happen, and that would be
Yeah.
a benefit to the city. So we kind of wanted to make that its own little little bubble of this conversation. So
I like it. I like it.
All right. So next we're going to move to PD. They've got their own
PD has their own tab.
their own section in here. So again, reiterating, all of the budgets that we were discussing, anything we do, the city is committed to and has planned for a funding of the reserve and emergency funds so we can rebuild our foundation. I appreciate you reminding me to do that more often. So
We
gonna do that.
we need to do it every time, Worth.
Yep. Because it is a big thing and it's easy to forget.
That is good news for our residents to know that we are actually building a savings account.
Yeah. So, so for PD, again, like we have with everybody else, we're going to start with that 25% reduction as kind of our base to start the conversation and to then build off of. The chief and I have worked a little bit and worked a little bit of these numbers. What the slide you have in your piece notes that we would have to reduce 20 officers from our 52. by utilizing some funds that aren't in personnel, right? Whether it's in some extra money that's in training or in repair and maintenance or in capital, because we're able to do some stuff, notably building A, without having to spend capital budget from the police budget. We've moved some of those funds over to what we would put in personnel. So instead of 32 officers in the 25% reduction, it's now 37. I know that's not where everybody wants to be, but we were able to move some of that funding to increase what they're able to do there. So this, like you talked about, seeing all the line items, right? So we've already kind of gone in on some of those line items and been able to reduce them at a level where we can move that money over to personnel to increase our officers.
Yeah. You mentioned the number 37.
37 is what we can, where we feel comfortable and confident at the 25% reduction.
Last time we talked, at the budget retreat, what I thought I heard you say, Mayor Pro Tem and Ms. Williams were here with me. I thought maybe they heard differently, maybe they didn't. I thought I heard us say that the chief has agreed that we could safely go down from 52 officers to about 45 officers, and he would do all in his power to make about 42-ish work right now.
Yeah.
But still keep 45, but he keep
Yeah.
45 total, but he would try to work as long as he could with 42 until things just, if they were to get off the rails. You're
That's where he-
talking about 37. So go.
That's where the 25% cut puts us at, from like what we can actually afford to pay when we account for that. To be at 45 again, we'd have to increase the revenue opportunities. To get back to that.
But we were, maybe I didn't hear.
When we were talking at the budget retreat, we were talking about like a 12.5% cut to be at 45. Yeah, between 10 and 12 to be at 45 instead of 25%.
I don't
Right now we're starting at the 20.
Do you remember it like that?
I wrote it down.
Do you remember it like
I
that?
do, yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I could be misremembering. I don't know if that's gonna work, Worth. Personally, one person. I don't know that you can bring a police.
I don't want to.
Yeah, we
This
got to
is-
figure something out.
Yeah.
I think what I heard Chief. Now let me ask Chief, because I could have misheard you too. I just said could be mishearing people. Chief, did you say that you thought it would be okay to go from 52? You would feel really good at 45.
Right.
You might make 42 work, but you don't know how long you could. Did I
Right.
hear you say it? So you're at
Right.
least looking
And-
at 40. Okay. Cool.
And that is to carry out the mission of increasing the revenue and doing the traffic unit, the traffic safety unit, getting guys out on the freeway, and working traffic and enforcement out there. We know, I think he wrote 32 this weekend, this Saturday, and he was at
The one officer?
yeah. Yeah. And that was one guy that went out there and wrote 32 tickets, and he spent time at the the giveaway, the back to school event, and he still finished with 32. He could do that if he wasn't having to run calls. And that's 14 miles of freeway that if we don't work it, another agency will.
Two things. I'll tell you this and I'll be done with it. Two things. Two things were. That was the other piece of what former Chief Randall Argonne brought to our community. I'm not saying that that the rank and file wasn't clamoring for it, but one of the things I know that we did with him was this traffic enforcement unit, and it increased our, we can't and we won't ever tell a police department how many tickets to write, but because they were in the right locations would be a good way to say it, to be able to observe these things. There were a lot of freeway citations, and our freeways were safer. I would be interested, Worth, in that model. If Chief Franklin is saying to us that he believes he can keep our freeways safer, and that somehow there would be an increase in the perception or the projection of revenue in fines, fees, and forfeitures, or whatever that line item looks like, then to me that looks like us having the ability to provide for more officers, right?
So yeah, so again,
That, and then the other thing is there not a cops grant for 2 cops, 2 years, no match?
so there is a potential to get a cops grant out there. I will note cops grant has to be used on new positions. You can't go retroactively pay people you already have, right? And it does not cover everything, right? It does not cover the cost of the vehicles, any additional expenditures that come beyond that. I don't remember. Not all cops grants are the same. I don't know if this one covers fringe. I don't.
It's 500,000, it's 500,000 total for, I believe it's fully paid, yeah.
What is it?
I'm sorry.
No, I said, repeat it.
Yeah, it's 500,000 total, no match from us. Yeah, I believe it covers fringe and everything.
The one that you're talking about now.
Yeah, and I think, and this is another thing I've always said for years, I don't feel like we point out, when you look at our budget, it looks like we spend this amount on salaries. We have 8 people right now that are paid for by grants. Right.
Partially paid.
Okay.
They're not all full. Not every.
But
not
the
every-
number that you see on here that we pay out on salaries is not that, we
You're
get a lot of that.
You're
back.
saying that number is being augmented by federal dollars and things like that?
Yes, yes. Same thing with the overtime.
How do we, you just mentioned that, Chief, how do we recoup? You said the same thing with overtime. Who helps us pay overtime? How does that work?
So we have DEA, which that position is funded. They also reimburse us for overtime. They also reimburse us on any share of a large seizure that we have. I think there's roughly $650,000 in that account right now. That does need to be drawn down. FBI Safe Streets, when they do an operation, our person assigned to them, they reimburse us for his overtime, and we also get a slice of the pie on any big seizure that they would make. Auto crimes is a position that is completely funded by a state grant for auto theft. And those guys, or the auto crimes guys, completely reimbursed by the state through a grant. And so we have a marshal's task force officer. His overtime is reimbursed to us. The benefits that we get from him is unbelievable. We had a homicide. They found him in Louisiana. It was like 2 phone calls on a Saturday evening, and Saturday night they had the guy in custody. I mean, we weren't able to go to Lafayette. I mean, that's obviously not something we do. And so there are benefits to having those guys on those, those task force, because when we need them, they bring everybody here. I mean, it's nice if we have something that requires the FBI help. I mean, they show up with like task force officers and FBI agents, and they help us do what we have to do, ping a phone or, get really in the weeds on an investigation, and they have those resources right there. I mean, it's just a matter of minutes, and they're working on what we ask. So, another thing, and I've talked to y'all individually, I think y'all have all heard what I want to do as far as really being out in the community. I am surprised that we don't have a community outreach officer that helps us coordinate a lot of this stuff. I mean, she does a good job, but she's also tied to a radio and she works 12-hour shift. And so if we want to do Citizens Police Academy, I got to pay her to get her to do it. Now, if I could bring her in and give her a full-time assignment along with doing other things, she just flexes her hours, that saves. And one of the things that I looked at since I've got in here is we don't give overtime unless it's a middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning when we need to call CID out on a shooting or something like that. We really monitor what we're doing with our overtime. And that means if at 6 o'clock we've got a day watch officer that's tied up on a call, we'll let him put it on ice till we get a night watch guy to go out there and finish what he started. And so we're really trying to be mindful of the overtime on what we do and how we do it. You know, everybody wants to, the term is, catch the fish that they caught, but sometimes it's just not cost efficient for us to have the officer that started the incident on days to stay around till 6 or 7 at night when we or later, and when we have a fresh new shift coming in to, take over. Well, here's all of his paperwork. This is what needs to be done. Go ahead and finish it up. So.
And PD has done an excellent job at reducing overtime. Again, I believe their current number for the year is around 4.3% of hours worked as overtime hours, which is very good.
Chief, the lady that you spoke about, what is her current role right now?
She is a patrol officer on day watch.
Let's go back. 25% cut, you're looking at 37 officers.
Correct.
I don't hear any. Thank you for that word. Thank you. Thank you. Because I want to say you did exactly what we asked you to do.
He did.
And I want to definitely tell you thank you for that. As we discuss these things, it's not anything other than us now adjusting back to what we think is necessary.
Yep.
But sometimes I don't, and we don't always say that. Thank you for doing that. I don't know that I have heard anyone up here that is comfortable with 37 officers, right?
I'm not also, to be fair, again, the number's not
Absolutely.
like what I want. It's just what we can comfortably make the numbers work.
How many officers do you have right now, Chief, that actually have a uniform? Is it 41 or?
41 today.
Okay, so if we held at 41 today and we applied for the COPS grant, those would be 2 new officers, right?
Yes. So I will say I'll have to look and see. I don't know that we can cut from 52 officer positions to 42 and then add 2 and still do.
You're thinking because we budgeted last year for 52.
Yeah.
And we're under that somehow that would make us ineligible.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if we're cutting 10 positions and then adding 2, I don't know that we can do that and still get COPS grant. I'm not saying we can't.
No, I got you. I got you. That makes sense. That's fair to explore. But at the end of it, I think I don't know that you hear anybody up here saying that we are comfortable with anything less than what we have now. So we're gonna have to work that out. Yeah, the numbers are at 37. We are at least 42, if not probably 41, 45, 43, whatever. This number we're at, trying to get to with the COPS grant, if possible, is at least baseline where we're at, right? Anybody different from that? You good with that?
I'm good.
So
again, I'm really not trying to be Debbie Downer, just trying to kind of,
Hmm?
I said, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer
no.
about the COPS grant. I just want to make sure. I know it's, as Deputy Chief says, 500,000, no match, which is very nice. And, it doesn't account for new police units that they would need, vehicles and other types of things, right? That we would
Yeah.
have to absorb those costs. It also runs out when that 500 is spent.
In 2
And-
years?
And 2 years, right? Again, I know it says 90 on here, but it's really more like 150 that an officer costs with fringe.
Okay.
So like, in 2 years, we won't have fully refunded it. We'll still be in this,
You think, you think that a 90, so you're saying, and I'm not pushing back, I'm just asking for clarity. You're saying that it costs us $150,000 per officer to operate an officer?
that is much more accurate than 90.
That's much more accurate? A police officer.
Police
Yeah.
officer with
The
benefits.
salary and the benefits?
Salary-
What all are you including in that?
So that gets salary,
okay.
overtime expectation. A lot of newer officers work the road or the patrol shifts, and they tend to get overtime a little bit more regularly than certain other positions.
But
As
wouldn't
part
that be covered though? Would, I don't mean to be pushing backward. Because
It's your turn.
Yeah,
clearly, I didn't make business math because it was right after lunch.
yeah.
And I went to Ball High School and we had open campus lunch, off campus lunch.
Doing it.
And so I didn't make that part, but are you suggesting, wouldn't that be covered in the overtime budget? Like part of that? Wouldn't that be over here? It's kind of like you're putting it here and here.
So yeah, so what this number, the number on here, that 90K includes everything associated with
That's
that.
salary,
So it's salary, it's overtime, it's
insurance.
insurance. Our CBA with the police includes
Okay.
extra coverage from the city for police,
Sure.
right? It includes TMRS retirement,
Okay, okay.
right? It includes coverage of their all their dental and vision. It includes state requirements that are they get a mental health holiday, they get I believe they get, the new law says they also get a free like psychological checkup at any point. So like there's those extra services that are
All of this is in the 90.
all of it.
150.
It's really 150 is a more accurate number of what that
So
includes.
I do want to ask you this.
Yeah.
I know the chief has sent out something about 74 or $7.4 million of unpaid tickets or something like that. Do we have a collections for that?
We do. So that Linebarger is the entity that runs those collections. I will say the majority of that, and I don't have the exact numbers on the top of my head, are very old.
Okay. Majority
And so they're very unlikely
to get paid.
to get paid. Our newer numbers were much better on as we've instituted some things.
I'm just trying to see how to recoup some of those.
Yes, I mean,
Like we talked with fire about
Yeah.
doing collections. So you all already do collections.
yes, they already do collections. It's done through the court.
And when did that start?
Uh,
Has that been going on a long time? I don't know.
It's been going on a while.
Okay.
We've done a few things in the last couple of years to help,
Okay.
to be a little bit more proactive. A lot of it utilizes PD help. Like we do warrant roundups and other things to try and physically get people into our building so they can pay us.
Because I know it's gotten better in the
Yeah,
last couple
so
of
the
months.
newer numbers have a better percentage, but there was a lot of old
Okay.
money out there.
Part of it is our jail was shut down for a while.
Yeah.
So our jail was shut down, Marshall's been out, there's been some contributing factors.
Mhm.
But we think some of that's gonna.
You've
turn
been
out.
crazy, okay.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of alarming. I was like, that's a lot. But, and I don't know what the standard is. It could be the standard. I don't know.
For some reason, I want to say the total of that now has dropped down to about 6 million.
Million.
Yeah, once we opened up the jail, we started seeing people getting on payment plans.
Right.
People were coming in paying fines. And then some people were picked up on municipal outstanding warrants and got on. A lot of them have elected to do payment plans. You know, they come over to the building, want to take care of a ticket, we send them over here to go and get on a payment plan.
I would like to ask y'all to do some research on that to see what are the best practices now for collectibles, for collections under safety, fire and safety. And fire and police, I mean.
Yeah, we can do that.
So we're still talking about going from 52. We have 52 officers.
Yeah.
We have
yeah.
42 officers.
So,
We have 41.
so
We already
there,
have 52. We have 40.
there are
so we have
52
41.
positions that are authorized. That does not mean the city has ever actually been fully staffed at that level.
Yeah.
Well, why haven't we? If we were allotted 52, why didn't we hire people?
That's not a question I can answer.
Okay.
Part of it, I don't think we're ever funded for the.
Oh, from cops, rent.
No,
He's talking about what?
We were allotted, but we were never budgeted for it. I think that's what
Yeah.
Deputy Chief was trying to say.
we passed a budget for 52, but you're saying that the dollars numbers in the budget never reflected 52 is what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
We passed it with
The
52,
ordinance for 52.
but
the
it,
budget was
it didn't
never
arrive
budgeted
in
for
your
52.
personnel line item? Okay.
Why?
I don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. When we passed the budget for 52, we authorized whatever that line item should have been.
Oh, so it's like up to 52, I guess? You don't have to do it if you don't want to?
No, you're supposed to
You're
do it.
supposed to do it, that's why.
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Some of, yeah. I know Deputy Chief's been around a while, but he hasn't always been, in all of the conversations
Kind
on
of add
that stuff.
when they signed the contract, HR, you have to follow the contract. So yeah, so I agree with the mayor. I'm not comfortable, when we had 28, 27 officers, it was a lack. And that's when we had drive-by shootings. That's when things were going. So I'm not comfortable going under 35, just to be honest with you. We need to get up to 52 if that was the direction of the council. But now, because we're in the budget crunch, and I have to say it, I thought we were at 52. So hats off to you all for doing more with less, because I really thought at one point we were up to 47.
No.
I thought we had gotten up to 47. I'm gonna go back and look at my book and see. But that's not something that I'm willing to, for me, that's a non-negotiable. I think safety in Lamarck, under this administration, we've turned that corner. And I don't think anybody wants to go back around that block if we don't have to. So that's why we want to see your line items to see what we can do to save personnel if possible. And cut somewhere else. We're only talking about 1 year, so it's not like forever. But
Okay.
I'm not willing to give up personnel even for 1 year.
So I will say you do get yourself in trouble if you only plan on funding a position for 1 year.
No, I'm talking about the budget. I'm just talking about the budget for this year. I'm
Um,
not talking about.
Any position you
Is that
intend
the
to
same
keep,
thing you're
you would
doing?
want to be able to make sure you can
Yeah.
sustain it.
There, I mean, I know some people don't like grants, but Trump is giving all kind of grants for law enforcement, crazy grants.
And we certainly look and
You
see
can
what we
get,
can
and you
get.
can see if there's no match, right? We don't want to do the match grants. We saw how that can, but if we can do no match grants, but that's part of his, I was there. I went to the White House. That's what they talked about. There are grants available. We just need to check with our HGAC representatives and see what we can do. But I just think that's an area that people are not willing to sacrifice.
Sure. And again, I think that's the right way to approach it.
Right.
What the discussions are really at that point is how do you fund it? Right.
Right.
Yeah.
If everybody says, hey, the number needs to be between 42 and 45,
Right.
the specific number, honestly, at this point
Right.
is less relevant. How are you funding the extra to get up to that? Again, we've already done a pretty
Yeah. We can say
pretty
that we-
aggressive cull of non-personnel side to get to the 37. And so there does have to be additional revenue.
So
It
you're on.
doesn't have to be tax or,
Right.
something else, but we have to find that extra.
But he just is Chief
Yeah.
Chief. True. Chief Franklin just talked about bringing back this traffic enforcement division that would be able to work the freeways He just talked about a young man or young lady that works in the department that had 32 citations on one shift here recently. So that's an opportunity.
Sure, that would
If that's
increase-
what he is, let's be clear. We don't run the police department. If our chief of police is believing that our roads and our highways are unsafe, and he is wanting to add those officers to a traffic enforcement division, and he is projecting that they will write an increased amount of citations, then I think that's a budget item that you all bring back to us. But I think that that's probably a big part of your solution.
It's certainly part of it. I don't know, again, I'd have to look and get better numbers on what that would translate to in revenue. I would guess it is not enough to bridge that gap. Right? Again, if you look at 5 officers or 8, if you want to get to 45, it's 8 officers at 150 a year.
Well, we're at 42, 41, right?
Oh, but not at that we can support at the no new revenue rate.
Right, yeah, but we're at 41. So you're saying we could support 37.
Yes.
So we're at 41. So you're talking about 4 hours, 4 officers. You believe, and I don't have any reason, nor did I pass business math in 10th grade, to say that you're wrong. But we don't know, you know, but we don't know that each officer costs $160,000 worth. You didn't even say 160. You said 150, didn't you?
yeah.
We don't know that to be true. And it might be true, but if it's not true, then that puts us a little closer. So now we go from, if we can handle 37 to 41, and if in fact we might be able to apply for some no match grants for a couple of years, so that our sales tax can grow back underneath us. We might be able to, I think what we are, not you, because you're doing exactly what we asked you to do. What we are discussing amongst ourselves is a heartburn of having anything less than 41 to 42 officers. We would probably feel more comfortable at 45 officers, is what we're trying to say. We think that there's enough, I think, sounds like they think, there's enough there to get us to a place that we could feel comfortable with the level of officers that are on the street. And doesn't seem like it's that far apart, as far as maybe I'm feeling that you're saying it is.
So yeah, okay, so again, if what we do now, not including the current, projected increase in traffic department, right, supports 37, and that includes already a big call to the non-personnel piece, right? We were able to salvage 5 officers already by making a massive call to those non-personnel expenses. To get to 41, right, where we are currently, right, that's an additional $600,000, right, 150 per person.
Worth, I think we're gonna have to make you math. We're gonna have to make you math that out, man. We're gonna
So-
have to make you
Just
math.
make a line, I mean, and what he's
It's full
saying.
positions
yeah.
at 150K
Right.
position.
But you
But that's not for everybody. Everybody's gonna be different depending on their, I mean, I'm basically saying give us a hard number. Because if we're saying we don't want to let anybody go, then you've got to give us, what is that number? Not an estimate. What is that number going to be based on? Let's say they're there 2 or 3 years. We know it's gonna, that's 150 is high for a new cop coming in. Or some of the new cops you just hired, right? And it may be that we have to get entirely new cops to get to 45, rather than with some with tenure where you have to pay more, right? Teachers do it all the time. Teachers that have 20 years right now, because they're facing a budget, they're not going for teachers that have all that experience. They're going for the newer teachers because they don't have to pay as much. TA says, according to experience, you have to pay. So maybe we do it that way in order to reach that goal. We're basically saying we don't want to estimate. We want to see that number. And then we want to see the line items. Now, I bought my budget book from 2020, which is gives you the line items for everything. And that's what we need to see. So we can help be able to kind of cut and maybe in other places suggest something, because other eyes are good too, in order to keep our personnel. This is an economy that is very, very tough right now. And we're doing everything we can to keep everybody we can. But that's an area I don't think anybody wants to negotiate. So we've got to find it. We were asking you to find the money to keep it no less than 45, 41.
So I mean, I can come in and,
Is that from the 25% budget that you're talking about?
yeah, 37 is tied to that 25%.
37 cops.
Yeah.
And when I came on, that's what we had, about 35, I think it was 35, 37 kind of cops and 21. And we worked real hard to try to, I don't want to tear down what we built in that area. So that means we have to try to find some other ways to get that done. This is a HGAC. I need a call to Representative Randy Weber, a very good friend of the president,
Yeah.
to see what we can do so that we can keep Lamarck being a safe city. That's really all we're saying.
Yeah. Again, I'm happy to make any call, that, anybody can give me to call to look for it. I just, you know, I
Yeah.
believe the last 3 hires have all been
New,
non-new, but experienced cops that have come over.
Yeah.
Lateral transfers.
Gene Crow
right.
back there. I mean,
You barely,
how can you put with his experience and his knowledge and what he does?
right, right,
I still think we're getting a heck of a deal.
right.
But-
We got 2 cadets that are on the post.
Okay, so we do have some.
Two cadets, yeah. I
We
mean,
may-
brand new, they don't know nothing yet.
They're not
Yeah.
making police pay.
See, and that's not gonna be 150.
Right, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there are some not on the street.
But they're part of the number.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Well,
even if we have to do that, right, to do the cadet, you know,
Entry level PD
Yeah.
police officers, what, 65?
I think like 55. 55.
It's right around,
Yeah.
I think about 62, 63.
Yeah.
62, 63.
Mm-hmm.
I think y'all are wildly underestimating how much they make.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I know,
For an entry level?
but teachers and cops pretty much start the same rate,
Yeah.
new teachers. So that's about
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
But I'll bring the numbers for, an entry level PD,
Okay.
what that looks like, including all the fringe.
Yeah.
Um,
The only area that I don't quibble, is it quibble? You went to school, you teach school, is it quibble?
Quibble is an acceptable, term there, yeah.
Okay.
Worth, the only, is it quibble?
Quibble is an acceptable.
Okay.
acceptable
What does
verb.
quibble mean?
Who
Uh,
knows?
Quibble means to, argue on the edges.
That's what I'm doing with you right now.
Okay.
The only thing worth I'm kidding with you because, you know, sometimes these things could get really tense and I think we're having a good time today. The only thing that I'm concerned about in the numbers you provided is that part of the 150, you have a built-in overtime earning, right? But then over here, you're also in another line item, you're also claiming overtime expenditures as well. Seems like you're putting the same overtime in 2 places.
So, the number on the sheet, what is not, has 90K with fringe, right? That's actually 5 or 6 line items all rolled together. It's all of the personnel cost rolled into one thing.
So, but you get what I'm saying? So you're saying that an officer is about $150,000, right?
Correct.
And part of that is that there's per officer, a built-in amount of overtime. Doesn't mean that officer makes that, but you've broken it down per officer, right?
Yeah.
Over here. But then over here, you're also having a line item for the overall departmental overtime, right? So isn't that the same money? You're just putting it here and here in 2 places?
It is, but when you're talking about singularly a position, you do the same thing with like insurance, right? We have a separate line item for our health insurance, right? We have a separate line item for our vision and dental. We have separate line item for retirement, right? those are also separate line items that for the department have a big number. But when you're talking about an individual position, you take all those individual pieces of that line item and add them together, and that's what that one individual actual.
So in this,
Cost.
in this scenario, you don't have an overtime. I don't mean in the budget. I mean, in this discussion, there is no overtime
Correct.
line item.
This breaks it down to individual. Yeah, it basically takes that and breaks it up among all the individual officers.
But then when we get the line item, so here's what I maybe you're not
Okay.
doing this, and maybe you are. So you're talking to us today about the individual cost of one officer, and you're saying a portion of that goes to overtime.
Correct.
But then we're looking at 37 from that. Just no new rate. Doesn't mean that's where we'll end up, but we're looking at 37 from that. Then when we get the line item budget, we're going to go through that line item budget, and if everything stays the same, the personnel budget will show the number 37, basically.
Yeah.
If nobody changes it.
Yeah.
But then in that line item, you're then gonna stick in $250,000 worth of overtime. So now it's in two places again.
So
Does that make sense?
Maybe I'm not understanding fringe. So you had salary, you have health insurance, dental, all the
Vision.
other stuff, vision, all that other stuff. Uh, in my experience in doing budgets, I've never considered I'm kind of like you. Overtime is overtime. Fringe benefits are fringe benefits. Some officers might not get any overtime. There are some people that don't do that. Cadet pay, they don't get overtime. They usually get comp time. With that being said, because we watch that until they eventually they have to pass the field training program to be a certified officer. Once they finish that, then if they get a late call or something like that, they get overtime. Maybe I'm not understanding what fringe benefits means, but I've never, in all my years of doing budgets, and I've done a lot of them, I've never considered overtime being a fringe benefit. Health, vision, dental, all these other things. Because there's really no way that you can, if you're going to consider a fringe benefit overtime, I'm kind of like you, Mayor, it needs to be over in the overtime part, not a fringe benefit, because you don't know what these guys are going to do.
Yeah.
You have some that will work extra job and overtime details for overtime back in the day. And then you have some who they were paid $65,000. They made $65,000 because they didn't want the overtime. They didn't want to do it. They took it in comp time. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we need to figure out what fringe means. One, so I know, so when we figure this out next budget season, it would help clarify what fringe benefits are.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think Worth is trying to quantify in one officer what all it takes. And I see that's where you're trying to go with it. My only concern with that is it can't be in two places, right? If
So
the way that Chief Franklin is speaking about it is the way that we all came up in public safety. It's kind of how our budgets were built in public safety. The way you're speaking about it is an interesting way that has value, right? I just think that we're fearful that if we're looking at it from your numbers, it seems like we still can get to 41 because then there should be no overtime money over here. It's kind of what we're looking at. But go ahead, I'll let you.
yeah. So the intent of this is not to, and again, I think we're bogged down in a weeds conversation.
Sure.
But it's how much does it cost the city to put an officer on the street or in investigations or whatever it is, right? What is the actual dollars spent to put someone on the city? That includes whatever they're making in salary or wages, includes overtime, it includes insurance, it includes retirement, it includes uniforms, It includes stipends, right? It includes cost of vehicle for maintenance, and if they have to, we have to purchase a new vehicle, right? If we go above what we can support, all of that is what it costs the city to actually put an officer on the street. And so that's what I'm trying to communicate.
Yeah.
Like every officer costs all of those things, not individually those things. It costs that whole piece to roll out. And if you don't account for the whole piece, then what you do is you say, well, an officer costs, whatever their salary is. Well, that's not everything. That's not that. Then you miss all the other expenses that come along with that, and you under budget your expenses, and then you go over your budget because you didn't account for the whole breadth.
So how did you then so that we can get out of the weeds, but there are people listening to this, and there are people that will rewind this so that they can get a better understanding.
Yeah.
The sticking point in this whole discussion is what you're doing with overtime. So then how did you take an actual overtime number, $400,000, and divide it between the officers that are eligible to receive overtime? Is that how you got this overtime number that you're assigning per officer?
That's a slightly simplified way to explain.
I'm a
what I did.
simplified guy, Worth.
It was a little bit more involved in that, but that's a very simplified way of looking at it. Yeah, it's just the average amount of overtime that people get. I will note that comp time and holiday time also have a cost associated.
Did you add that cost into it as
Yes,
well?
this is part of that, right? This includes because we still have to pay them for those things, even if it's not always this current year. But that's still a cost incurred, whether we actually spend the physical cash at a later date. The cost is incurred now, so it needs to be accounted for.
Okay. Again, I just think that it doesn't matter which way you slice it. I do understand how you're slicing it. I do. And I do understand what traditionally Chief Franklin, Chief Merriman, myself, Wagner Gandy, the brass of the PD, what we're used to. I get both sides of it. Again, I just want to, what I don't want to happen is somehow we lose the ability to have as many officers as our tax dollars set at a certain rate will allow. And then one person, one vote. I don't want us to lose out on any opportunities that are legal and that we are eligible for to add additional officers, even if it gives us a 2-3 window runway. Because if there is for example, and I get your point, because of how we went down, we may not be eligible. And I think we all can agree if that's the case, that's the case. But if in fact there are opportunities for us to acquire more officers with a little more runway, right? So that we can say our 3-year plan is to, and eventually we will, then I don't want to discard that opportunity, right? Because if we're able to do that, then that will slow down the need to add staff later. If we can get 2-3 officers, whatever that looks like, with a 3-year runway, then in those 3 years, we won't have to add any officers, right? So it'll give us a chance to really get our sales tax and the other revenue streams generated at a level that we can actually operate. So if there's an opportunity for that, I would like for the council to hear that and to be able to understand that and decide whether or not the community wants us to move forward in that direction. If that makes sense.
Sure. So we'll bring everything back. I'll bring back information. You can kind of see where those costs are associated. And then, we'll present y'all with what options exist. We'll look into all the other grants that we can can find as a way to provide additional funding to get to, you know, if the cops grant is accounted for, the minimum number has to be 43 because we got 41 and it can't be for anybody currently employed.
Right.
Right. So then we'll base the numbers on between 43 and 45 and what that looks like. I just don't want, I think there's a lot of hope in a lot of people, and I don't, as the person who sometimes has to crush some hope,
Sure.
I don't want people to just be like, we figured it out, we got it.
Yeah.
My guess is there's still going to be some gap that needs to be filled.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. That we have not, that isn't able to be accounted for by the things discussed.
Yeah. I believe, Worth, and then we'll make sure we open it up. And then I wanted to ask you about something very specific. I think that everybody in this room realizes that you are definitely, by design, the person to make sure that we don't jump off the ledge. And so I think that we know that that's your function, not only as a manager of the city, but as the finance director. So keep pulling our chain. We'll keep reaching for the stars, and at some point
Stand firm.
some point the forces will align, and we'll have a good product. Anybody else have anything on this part? I wanted to ask him about something else.
I don't.
We're good. Worth, here's the real thing in the budget that I want to really drill down on. Do you know that we're getting ready to have 2 police facilities,
Yes.
2 light bills, 2 water bills, 2 insurances?
So that building's already covered by insurance. So
We would need to add any more because of the people, the function of.
it'll go up a small amount, but because we're actually fixing the building as part of this, that'll offset some of those.
No reason to have any increases because it's not a jail, but it is a facility that will house law enforcement, which makes it in essence a target. And I'm just asking.
Yeah. From an insurance standpoint, it's a little bit more expensive for any building that houses anything that would be considered a target, but that's also true for City Hall.
Okay.
Right. Because somebody gets upset at the government, City Hall is the target, right?
Okay.
So there's always that built in. We already insure the new facility as part of the process that we're doing in getting that building ready for PD. It includes fixing a lot of the issues, having a building that has its roof fixed and the outside fixed and, like drains better and all that actually also is a reduction on insurance because we can prove that. So some of the money we're spending to make the building good actually will reduce it, even though once PD moves in, it'll go up a little bit more because there's people in it and stuff. So a little bit of that is offset. In terms of, light bill and, mostly light bill, but, gas and those types of things. Again, we already pay for some of that over there. We obviously will spend more electricity, but we'll spend less electricity in building B because they won't be in building B. They'll be in building A. So it'll offset a little bit there.
And 413,
And well,
because it will be roughly the dispatch center and the jail, so there won't be all of us in that building going in and out all day long.
so, there will be slight increases in those things. And then, we also are prepared for an energy increase, as Councilwoman Yancey has noted that is something that, we are prepared for. I haven't heard 30%, but, I have heard that it is expected to go up pretty significantly. I also think before that to get that building rebuilt, fix the roof, fix the outside, fix the drainage, redo all of the first floor, get it habitable in a way that PD can move in, that they're not going to be there the full fiscal year, right? So the cost associated won't be a full fiscal year.
In the building A, you mean?
In building A, yeah. I think it would be a pretty amazing thing if somehow they could move in October. I think it's much more likely that's, best case is probably March, April, I would think.
Yeah, I was thinking
Maybe.
May, June.
But so,
There's
but
a lot of work.
there's a lot of work that has to go in to get it up to where it needs to be.
But all that's allotted for in that will be allotted for the budget.
Correct.
What about police cars? What about, because I think that's something that police equipment, we don't spend enough time. We talk about a lot of the specialized equipment that they need, but
Yeah.
we don't spend enough, not we as in them, we as in us. We don't spend enough time talking about police vehicles and things of that nature. Where are we with that?
I'd have to go look at an exact number. We have 5 new police vehicles that are coming in soon. I actually think they're at the upfitter right now,
Yeah, they're at the outfitters.
so they should be on the street in a couple months.
Dana said.
Dana Safety.
So there'll be 5 new cars, 4 regular and 1 canine equipped unit that'll be rolling out. With that being said, the fleet cost for PD is always high, right? They are, as very few others are, often in unique positions where their vehicle becomes a target. And so, we do have to replace their vehicles at a more frequent rate. And that does bite into some of the enterprise money that we have available. But we, through the work that council approved previously, we have gotten that in a better place. We are likely going to order another set of PD vehicles early next year to try and kind of get them closer to where they need to be. I believe right now there's not enough vehicles for every person to have one. And so there's shift switching, right?
We already have cars that are being hot seated right now. So.
Yeah.
Who's hot seated?
Run 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, so they switch shift. Like when a new person comes on shift, they take the
Car.
same car. So to get to where like every officer can have their own unit and do whether that's it's
I thought they said we had too many cars. I'm confused. Didn't
so
they?
yeah, that's not PD.
That is not the case.
I was
That was-
talking about for the city.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
not the
Yeah,
department.
the
Okay.
PD's on a separate like
Yeah, okay.
block than the rest of the city.
And I know this is counterintuitive, but I've seen this and I can prove it with numbers. Eventually, when we get to the point where, if we ever get to the point where each officer can have a car, individual car driven by that officer typically lasts 6 years, 6 to 7 years. And one is they take ownership of it, and 2, they're the only one to drive it. So if their car's down or they don't go get the oil change, it's on them. And they have to drive an old pool unit. Maybe it's got air conditioner, maybe it doesn't. But it's not as nice as what their car is. And so eventually I'd like to see that where we could do that.
Each officer has their own unit.
At least, in the next 3 years. And you would see the cost go down. Routine oil changes, tires and stuff like that. I mean, but you wouldn't see some of the other stuff that we see because it's their car and they take ownership and pride of it, just like ownership and pride in their uniform. It translates to that.
Now, I know at one TML, they were talking about a program, this is about 3 years ago, about a program for policemen driving hybrid and those type of cars. I don't know if it was a grant program, but it was teaching smart technology to officers or whatever. And they had incentives for cities to purchase those cars. So I don't know if that's still out there, but I'll definitely look when we.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
Yeah, we do try and when we do get vehicles, whether it's for the city or like Public Works or PD, we try and figure whatever their minimum
Right.
good car is, and that's what we
Right,
get.
We want to get a Tesla
That's what
to drive on its own.
I mean, we do have hybrids that have come in to replace a lot of our older gas guzzler, big trucks.
Mhm.
So that's good. That was part of the savings that the city's building in to the fleet.
I mean, and I don't mean to cut you off, but Lamarck was the first one to have body cams when when it wasn't popular.
Yeah.
And now we see that has made such a big difference in keeping people safe, right? The officer and the community. And that's what I'm saying. Let's continue to lead in technology to see if we can find some ways. Because I mean, Elon Musk is in Austin. He's always trying to do some new things with technology. Just a thought. So, because when the officer says that would be great to do that, then we've got to think out of the box. Because some people are still trying to get us to do the electric cars too. I know that's what I meant to say, not hybrid. The electric.
We would have to put in
Mhm.
some significant infrastructure to do
We will.
electric vehicle, an all electric.
Chargers and all that.
But that's the way too to generate income because we don't have a lot of electrical charges in the city. Just a thought.
I don't know that the city could sell electric charging to people. That might violate it.
I don't know if we can. We can look at
municipal
it. Just like
requirement.
with the community room, we were asking people if they wanted to rent the community room. We charged them to use it if they were resident and non-resident. In the past, so I wouldn't
Yeah,
see why we
but
couldn't do it.
I think it's because it's a a charging station like a gas station is a controlled
Okay.
It's a
thing.
private.
Yeah, I don't think that a municipality can
Yeah.
sell that out to citizens. It could give it away, but obviously that's not what we want
Yeah.
to do. But I don't actually think
There's so many things changing because of technology, though.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Chief, I have a question. We had that, what is that program? We went to Walmart and got the things engraved.
Cadillac converter.
Yes.
Catalytic converter.
Do we have like some registration program for bikes or any of those vehicles that you have to register through DMV or anybody coming to try to register bikes? None of that.
The e-scooters?
The scooters.
The scooters,
Yeah. In Austin, I think there's a registration.
we can get with auto crimes because that's kind of what they do, the
It
auto
was
crimes
just
task
a
force.
question.
Yeah.
No.
We don't have bike registrations. Now, I know in Galveston they did. Actually recovered a lot of bikes. And I mean, some of them were like, they went back to like 1982. You know, you run the bike registration on the bottom, and I think it's like, I think Galveston charges $2 a sticker for that. But then, you know, they come in, they get their bike registered, they get a sticker on it. It lasts with a lifetime of the bike. And so when an officer would make a stop or recover a bike that somebody was riding that was stolen, then that was one thing. But I don't think we have that here. I don't know
Yeah.
I just
how hard
wondered.
it would be to do.
Does it sound
you know-
like it would be more work
It is a lot of work.
than
So they got to
resident?
bring the bike in, the resident has to bring the bike into the station. And then they register it, then they give them a sticker, then it goes into the computer system, and then it's all access, kind of like the golf cart thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
We don't have registration for golf carts, do we? No.
not here. Now, we did in Galveston, and I got stuck with doing that too.
I
And
just wondered.
yeah.
if we did.
Now,
It
if-
seemed like it would be worth it.
if, you know, we want to organize into catalytic converter engraving, we can make that happen with the auto crimes task force. That's what they do. That's the way they prevent these things from happening. And so we have an officer assigned there. We can make that happen. Not a problem.
You mean the engraving? We've been doing it, right?
Hmm.
Do we do it once a year or twice a year?
As a PD, we did it once a year, but now auto crimes, they've pretty much kind of made us a little more obsolete because through some of those grants, they were able to get their own vehicle lift. They got their own braking.
So they're doing
equipment and everything to where you can virtually pretty much, I mean, they have you can set up an appointment pretty much any time of the year with them. You can drive in, they lift your car up, they engrave it, they mark it however they need to mark it. So
Where is their shop?
it's in Dickinson off the Gill Road, I think, or Gill Road is behind, Hugh and Jeff's on
Yeah.
640.
646.
Chief Franklin, Worth, I think that that should be something that we should promote. That we should have some Lamarck days where we would twice a year coordinate with that with the Auto Crimes Task Force to promote Lamarck days so that the our residents can be aware that the same scenario that was playing out over at the Lamarck Walmart is now playing out over in Dickinson uh, any day, but definitely designated days where we can pump it through.
We can still work. They were always really supportive of that program, so.
Okay, cool.
We can even probably bring some of their grading equipment.
Down,
Do that
yeah.
partnership back down here.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a popular program, and so we don't want to lose that.
Gandy's on top of it. Lieutenant Gandy is all over it, sir.
So yeah,
Lieutenant Gandy's all over it.
he's all over it. He's already planning it. Well, what do we need to know? Did you have we factored in we have Gandy here. I think Gandy, you're still a union president, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you know me by now, so I'm gonna give you a few seconds to think about it, but I'm gonna probably call you up here to the podium so that you could talk to us a little bit about rank and file, sentiments, working conditions, so that we can hear that. But before I do that, have you anticipated in any projected salary increases for the PD? Is this a collective bargaining
It
year?
is a collective bargaining year that negotiating has not started yet. We have been in initial contact. We've had some, kind of preliminary stuff worked out. I know the union was, or I don't want to speak for the union, but my understanding of kind of they wanted to kind of see where position number ended up, where budget ended up before they sort of went full into negotiations, so they would have a better idea. These numbers are based on current collective bargaining
Correct, yeah.
rates.
Because even that negotiation would start fiscal year 27, 28.
Actually, their 1 year deal runs out at the end of this year, so it would actually
At the end of
start-
this year,
Yeah, so it would actually be
26, 27.
26, 27.
And did you, so now that I heard that, I'm asking again, listening a little more intently, did you make any preparations for?
We have not included any increases
any salary increases?
as part of this now.
Um,
We're happy to build those in, but we
yeah. Probably safe to try to build something in.
I was most concerned about getting the largest number of positions.
Yeah.
You'll see as we get to other areas that we also didn't build in increases for public works staff,
Public works
administrative staff. Fire has a current CBA with a 3% increase built in, but they're the only ones that we've built in anything for any increase for.
Okay. All right. Lieutenant Gandy, how are you, sir?
Very well, sir.
You are the president of the Lamarck Municipal Police Officers Association. This is a budget workshop. So what we would like to hear from you is your thoughts, the thoughts of the members of the union, working conditions, compensation, salary, things that are causing consternation and heartburn in your ability to provide service to the residents of Lamarck.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I really appreciate it. It has been it's been what I would consider a rough year for us. I know coming off of last negotiations, we were at the end of it, city kind of realized they were in a tough spot. They said, "Hey, hold on, we'll figure it out. Let us get our feet back underneath us." We took that 1 year agreement. They offset everything to kind of wait till we got into a better situation. And as far as working conditions, it's been a rough year. I mean, as you know, 431 had all its issues with mold, black mold, asbestos, dead human skin cells all over the place. So fortunately the building got gutted. The downside of that is once it got gutted, that was kind of, we've kind of had to figure it out ourselves, which to our point, to our credit, Lieutenant Rodriguez has uh, taken off his uniform shirt and put on a tool belt and
Hard hat.
kind of been doing it himself. And he's been doing as good a job as he can for a police officer who's been kind of shoved into a general contractor role for what I would consider a significant remodel. Um, it has been, progress has been made. Still a long way to go. Building A, like I said, we've got really good plans, but it's also been a very slow process. We were kind of hoping that it would, given all the health challenges that we faced, that it would have been kind of, hopefully had moved along a little faster. That's been kind of a struggle for us. And it's also operationally, it's tough because we're spread out all over the place. Our department, the interdepartment communications have struggled for sure. You'll go weeks without seeing some of your coworkers just because you've got a couple. Thankfully, the fire department opened up a couple offices, some offices over in their space. We've got guys down there. We've got guys at Building B. We've got guys working out of their car. I really appreciate my office mates. I've got a chief and a deputy chief that and myself that all share an office. Which, you know, it has been definitely been a strain on operations, and definitely it's been a disappointing progress for us, in my opinion. It is also the I think the budget cuts that we've been asked to make. One of the benefits of me being the president of our union is that I kind of get to see both sides of the coin. I get to see the command staff side, and I get to see the rank and file side. Beginning of this year, when we were asked to create the three budgets, we said, "Hey, here's the 5%, here's the 20, here's the 25% cut." We made all those operational cuts that we could, and it just feels like we have this kind of deceivingly, it may be a 20 or 25% cut to that big number. But whenever these reimbursements from the federal government come back in, they're not reflected, at least they haven't traditionally, maybe they will be with Worth here now. Traditionally, they haven't been. So it gives this impression that we're busting the budget. But when you take out these reimbursements, or these reimbursements that are supposed to be happening, because we're budgeted because we have to pay out that money, but when the reimbursements come in, they go somewhere else on a different line item. So it looks like we're spending all this money when really we're spending a fraction of that. And then we're cutting into what we're trying to be run leaner. We're trying to run more efficient. Plus, we're trying to cut down on this thing, and we just need a understanding of where we're going to be, because again, when the freeze happened, we took the brunt of the freeze. I think we had the largest percentage of officers or positions that were frozen. I think at the time it was 4. Granted, we didn't get there, and you know, it slowed down hiring and stuff like that. And once that freeze was lifted, it was kind of, hey, go back to hiring. We've gone back to hiring. We've we have not tried to get to 52 because we're also realistic about where the city is. But we've been kind of given them, this is why this is kind of troubling for me, is because I feel like we've been given kind of a mixed message, maybe not always by Worth, but I'm saying by, hey, you guys are good. You get, because we watched last year's workshop, we were budgeted for 52. I think they said in the workshop, we were budgeted for 52 people at like 90%. Again, I think me and Mayor probably went to the same math classes. So, you know, but it's probably more than 45, you know, and then as the picture came a little more clear, those expectations got lowered, but we were never over this last year given any kind of a, hey, you're going to be laying cops off. We've got guys that came here that gave up good careers at other competing departments based off of, hey, you know what, even if it's not 40, even if it's not 52, we're still within well within a safe zone. And so now that message has changed. So that is troubling for us and troubling for my guys. And then and don't be surprised. I've got a test on Saturday. What am I testing for? You know, I've got two guys that I'm fixing to put through, or that are starting the police academy. Why am I putting them through the police academy? This is definitely, you know, sorry to unload, but it's
We asked
yeah,
for it.
and it always gets mentioned, you know, hey, how much, because when we cut cops, yeah, hey, you know, if you cut 5 cops, you can cut a big chunk of the budget because of how much cops make compared to other city, and I appreciate that. But again, when there was a shortage of nurses, that pay went up. And there's been a shortage of cops, that pay has gone up incrementally, but even so, we're still on the lower end of our competitors. If I go north of the Harris County line, even as a lieutenant, I can probably go make what I'm making that it took me 18 years to make here. I can go make that north of the Harris County line pretty easy.
As an officer in Harris?
As an officer, as a starting pay. So we're like I said, we've taken it on the chin to some degree. I think our budget has been sliced into, while that overall number says 20 or 25, I think when you factor in those reimbursements and stuff like that, I think we've probably taken more than a 20 or 25% cut with these proposed numbers. And it's just, it's, and the thing is, we're in a overall city of Lamarck, and I don't know if you guys feel it or not, but I do overall, we're in a time of peace. I went through investigations through the 2019, 2020, 2021, working through COVID, responding to all those shootings, responding to all that mess. And we worked really hard as our patrol guys have, uh, as detectives, to make good cases. Those guys all went to jail. A lot of them are starting to come back out.
They sure are.
There's guys that we put in federal prison for firearms violations. Generally, a firearms violation in federal prison is about a 5-year thing. Well, those things that happened 5 years ago, those guys are getting out right now. And some of the ones that actually did the murders at the convenience stores and stuff like that, yeah, they're in there. They're still in there, but we're still dealing with the groups that were around those guys. And and again, it doesn't feel like it, but I know over the last month or two, I think Galveston's had a couple of shootings. Texas City's had a couple of shootings. We had a couple of shootings. I don't want it to continue. And we've got good detectives. We've got good resources. 52 is definitely where we need to be, and especially with all the growth. I think Lamarck has such promise. I think, again, I think in a few years, I think 1764 is going to look like 646, 96 area. That's my opinion. And somebody's going to have to deal with it. So again, it's not to Worth's job is to crunch the numbers. My job is to advocate for my members and advocate for my officers who are, and again, even with it is what it is right now, at in the 40s where we're at right now, right at 40. We've got, once you factor in officers that are on light duty, that officers that are out sick or on vacation or taking training or anything like that, you know, even when we're being, you know, these guys are still getting run ragged. And we can't keep saying, we put out and we talk about how much our citations go up and our calls for service go up and our arrests go up and all these things keep going up. And we're talking about turning around and going backwards. It's not right, you know. So, and again, I stood in front of some of ththese officers that we hired in the last year or something and said, don't worry about it. You know, we've got a good council right now. They're going to, you know, this place is safe, you know.
I would really hate to be wrong.
Me too.
Sorry. Thank you. Questions?
Do we have any questions for Lieutenant Gandy for the union?
No, I just
Thank
think
you,
it's,
Mr. Gandy.
yeah, I think he's right. I mean, with the economy getting tough and tougher, we just have to have officers that enforce the law and help keep the community safe. And so we've got to find a way to do that.
I will note, in my temporary job as city manager, I can say from the city administrative side, we also don't want to lose any PD or
Sure.
fire. Like,
Absolutely.
we want to find every way to keep
Yeah.
everybody and actually get fully staffed. That's also why we presented multiple scenarios so you could see what each level of cut did, right? And we're starting and talking with the most destructive one, right?
Right.
And that's kind of where our conversation started. Again, that's not where we want to be or what we want to do. That's
Yeah.
just the best place to
Start.
and then
Build back.
work from. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. I can understand where you're going with that, Worth. Lieutenant Gandy, I think that from our council to the organization to the rank and file members, to the association, I believe we can say that we appreciate the work that has been done. And I'm not suggesting the work as it relates to your role as a peace officer. That's your vocation, your calling. You carry a lot of pride with that. I am speaking more in terms of your work with our community as it relates to we have not always been able to provide the best working conditions. We haven't been able to provide the best of vehicles, nor the best facilities or training, or even levels of compensation. And so we recognize as a council and as a community that the rank and file members of our police department and our leadership, not just rank and file, but those are the ones that usually don't get a chance to appear before us. We recognize the sacrifice. I haven't heard anybody here say that we are happy or even comfortable with anything less than what we have now. Even Worth hadn't even said that. I think that perhaps maybe Worth is, well, I know Worth is just trying to do his job. But at no time did he say that he was comfortable with 37, 38, 39 officers. He's just doing his job. But our job is to then take what he has provided based on what our directions were, and then to build on that. And so I don't see us not building on that. I would say bear with us, but I say that to you every year. So I won't say bear with us.
I'm like a beat puppy, so don't.
So Mayor, let me.
Go ahead,
can I
Ms.
say that?
Jansen.
So the 5% reduction in budget that you gave us is no elimination of sworn officers position.
Correct.
That one, okay. But right now we're looking at 25%.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But we do have an option with the 5% where there's nobody getting laid off.
Yeah. So, if we, and I mean, if we rose, increase taxes or whatever other revenue options we find, if we're able to make up the, almost $2 million of difference that we would be trying to cut on the 25, right? We do believe that we would be able to, not just maintain, but
That's based,
increase.
and that's 5% based on the no new tax revenue.
No. So the 5% is actually based on, if
Tax
we
increase.
had done the voter approved tax increase up to an amount above what y'all are able to do on your own. That's basically funding the department at its current, just a hair below its current rate.
It just kind of feels like with this new traffic enforcement division, and now that the police department has
Code.
adopted code, that Chief Franklin's revenue projections. I'm being very careful at how I say this because it is ultimately up to the chief and his
Station.
deputies or officers, however that works. But seems like I'm hearing them say that they have an opportunity to control traffic, to make the streets safer, and that will ultimately generate additional revenues. They also have code enforcement under their leadership. Chief Franklin appears to be saying to us that he is an aggressive leader when it comes to code enforcement, that he is a citation first chief. That was it good to say that? Citation first?
I'll speak for him. Yes.
Yes.
Warning.
that somehow I somehow that all of this will work itself out within you all's revision of this department based on what was discussed here today.
Would you like us to, so one thing we didn't talk about in code enforcement is would you like us to consider some of the additional revenue that comes in code enforcement to help cover some of the police cost?
If that department is under the police department, I would think all of it, all of their expenditures and all of their revenue should be under one umbrella, but different, obviously, different parts of the operation, right?
Yeah.
Is all of it under the police department? Is some of
It's
it there?
so code on the again, a little bit into the weeds. On the accounting side, code is its own department.
Okay,
So it's fully separated out from everything else. So it has its own revenue and expenses to balance. If there is a potential for some excess, which I'm not committing to by any stretch, again, you got to run numbers. If there is excess there, that would normally just roll to the general fund and then be able to be assigned wherever council wanted it assigned. If y'all would like us to have it fully focused into PD, we can do that as we run projections. But I also don't want to, again, going back to the pulling the chain back down. I don't know. I don't want to overstate the hopes of what the first year of that would look like.
Yeah. And I'm more, I guess, interested in, and this is a question for you. If you have a department that has taken on the responsibility of managing another department in the municipal finance world, would it not be appropriate not to merge them, but to consider them under the same umbrella? You still want to keep your different departments separate because you want to see how they are able to do individually. But would you not consider them as a whole?
So that very much depends on how each individual municipality wants to set it up. Typically, if you do that, the way it's done is you create the individual department and then you create an actual line item that is, administrative oversight, something to that effect. And then that is money that revenue that entity brings in that is then transferred over to a different
each one.
division. So let's say, very simple numbers, let's say that code brings in 500,000 of revenue. And again, please don't assume these are the real numbers, just as an example. Code brings in $500,000 in revenue. Their full expenses for salary, vehicles, trainings, all those things is 400,000, right? If you want to link entities, what you would then create is a $100,000 individual line item in code that would be administrative coverage transfer to PD. And then their budget would then balance 500, 500. But then PD would have a corresponding line item in their budget in revenue that says administrative coverage from code.
Yeah. No, I'm listening to you.
So that's how you would account for it if you wanted to do it that way. The way the city has been set up at this point is everything rolls just into the general fund pot. Any overage runs into that general fund pot. And I can speak to some of what Deputy Chief and Lieutenant Gandy have brought up about their grants and their pieces that are tied to that. The way everything is set up right now and has been for forever is revenue is not linked to the department generating the revenue. It's in a generic category. I am working on some plans to tie revenue that is purely related to an entity to that entity. But that's a really big back end, like rebuild of the way we do accounting, or the way the city has done accounting. And it's not something that I can just, flip a switch, or you have to actually go rebuild a whole bunch of accounts on the back end and get them tied correctly. So we also would then have to go restate our audits for a number of years, but that would not be like a crazy thing. We just have to say we moved these information to tie them better. That is something we're working towards, but that's a long-term thing.
I'm just amazed because the almost $800,000 financial software we bought, I would think that it would be able to do all of that.
It can, we have to build it.
You have to build it inside.
Yeah. We aren't at a point yet where I can tell an AI to go in and say, I want this, and it just
Does it?
does it. I still have to go in and manually rebuild
Right.
the whole thing behind the scenes.
So right now, we don't have software that's because we haven't built it into the software to see where each department is.
Yeah, there's no direct
revenue generating
link.
tab.
So for example, if we have Department 300 PD, right, that is only referencing their expenses.
Right.
All of revenue is in that generic revenue bucket. And it's been that way for forever. And so when we got the new system, which I also didn't have any time to
to build it the way you wanted
to build it the way I wanted it. I just had to get it. When I got here, the switch flipped, and I just had to work with that.
And that's something we can look at. I mean, they
did. As a long-term project, that's going to happen because that allows everybody to better understand how everything ties and where it goes. It's just that's going to take some time. Yeah.
408.
Yeah. Any further questions? Boys, I think to finish this point off and then get ready to bring this horse into the barn. I think each department should be able to stand on its own so that we can see if it's making, if it's balancing itself out. But I also think that if you have departments that are underneath other departments, that we should be able to see the grants. If you find that there's a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 surplus in the code enforcement operation, and for 1 year you find that there is a $70,000 shortfall in the police department budget, and they actually are working together, I think both things suffice. I think we would be able to see for that year, that snapshot, that one department is underperforming. But overall, we would be able to see the grand scheme of things that we might be able to balance between those two departments, balance things out. I think perhaps it would be akin to utility. You still supervise utility billing?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be finance department versus utility billing. Yes, we see utility billing perhaps fell short this year. Let's tweak it. Finance has a surplus. Let's move forward for 1 year, make the adjustments. So you'll be able to have the best of both worlds, I think. I'm not an accountant. I'm not you. I don't know if that's the appropriate thing to do.
We can build them that way. And you know, we can tie any overages directly to supervised departments. As an example, that would mean an overage in development services would be able to assist fire, right? Because fire oversees development services.
Is that happening now? Fire is overseeing development services? So the developmental services director
Reports to chief mayor.
reports to chief mayor?
Correct.
That's news.
Not code enforcement?
Not anymore.
So when the move was made, everybody went?
Everybody in code went.
So when did the developmental services reporting to the fire chief happen?
It's been at least a year, I believe, maybe longer.
When code went?
I think code was with, and Chief Mayor would be able to speak, but I think code was under, I think code was under fire for a much longer period of time, and more recently, development services came under. Similar to how shortly after I got here, finance started overseeing court and IT as well, taking advantage of some of my additional expertise.
That I remember.
Yeah.
That I remember that. And I remember code going under fire. I don't know that I was aware of developmental services going underneath fire. I don't remember that.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it is right now.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
I mean, I remember that I thought it was always there, but maybe it was moved like right when I got here.
You don't remember? You don't remember that conversation happening?
I don't remember. I don't remember that. But that's where it is at the moment.
You remember that conversation?
I do not, sir.
You remember that conversation?
David say no.
James, don't just rock, James. Do you
Yeah, Kathleen left, they put another car.
when Kathleen left? Okay.
Or he was having a hard time getting the records.
I think we put code under them. I don't remember putting development services.
When Kathleen left. That was in 24.
Right, it's 24. I just thought it was just code.
So chief, not chief, Worth.
Yes, ma'am.
Then this org chart that we have for fire department is not right then.
Correct. So again, the code piece of that org chart has been moved under PD.
And development
Development
has been
service
insert.
is under there. Development services, we didn't provide an org chart for that. But yes, it is on. If you look on, at least I hope it is on there. I know it was at one point. If you look on the city website under our org chart, it has development services under fire. I assume that is still there. I do not go check the website every day to ensure that, but I know at one point we had it up there.
So it's 4:14, so I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on the words, but this is the org chart that you gave us. Somebody gave us this org chart.
Correct.
Mayor, council, city manager, deputy city manager, fire chief. Then over here it has code supervisor, which means I see code enforcement in here. And I'm having a hard time finding
Development services is not on
developmental
that.
services
Correct.
here. This is the latest document that we were given.
And it's not on the ones on the
it
city
not?
website,
Okay,
cause
I will
I
have to
printed
go,
them.
I will have to go find out why that is not the case. I know it was at one point.
Yeah.
I'm only remember code, I don't remember development services
Yeah.
being on fire.
If that is something the council wants to change, we can always. change.
I don't know that we want to change it as much as, and this has nothing to do with any of us in the room here today. As much as this is part of what we have to work through, is these ideas that things are happening, things are being decided. They are not necessarily being decided in an official way. They're not being carried out. And so we have to get better at that part, the follow through. Right?
Yeah,
I
I didn't realize that y'all didn't.
I don't know that we realized it, if that makes sense. If you've ever heard us talk, we talk a lot about code enforcement, and we understand that code enforcement is under the fire department, and so we've referred to Chief Merriman. There have been a lot of problems with developmental services. Not one time have I ever heard any council member refer to Chief Merriman
For
about developmental
services.
services. And this is not a, ooh, you're in trouble. This is we need to really start to make sure that we are codifying, solidifying, memorializing these decisions, so that we're all on the same page. And it's just kind of how we have to get better at that. That's all.
We can do that. We can make sure that,
And when I say we, all of us, not you, not us.
well, I think, at least once a year approval of the org chart itself as part of the budget process is probably a really good thing to add.
And you can't take a huge thing like a developmental service and not make a big deal about them leaving or moving, right? It's not, and utility billing is an important part of our operation, but it is an internal piece, and nobody really knows who they report to. And then but we know that they're not a standalone department, right? Nobody thinks that utility billing is an isolated department by themselves. We know they report to a bigger department. Think that when you think about developmental services, you think that they are a standalone department. I think you think that they are by themselves. You think police, fire, finance, public works. You think developmental services, right? To think that they are underneath another department, which is fine, and that we not fully be aware of that and understand that totally. Because James believes that it happened when Kathleen left. Kathleen left in 2004, I think.
I can't guarantee who it is now.
Yeah. So so when did it actually happen? Nope. James has his own recollection. You
Yeah,
have
that's-
yours. I have mine. Right. And again, this is a good time. This is good news, because as we pivot and get Lamarck back on track, we have to do a better job at when these decisions are made. Everybody knows about them. We're all comfortable with it. We all support it. Right. So no, it's not a deal with big consequences, but at the same time, it's a big deal, if that makes sense. Well, council, it's 4:18. We started about 30 minutes after. We said we were going to run till about 4, didn't we, or did we not?
4.
Did we
Yeah.
say 4? Okay.
Yeah, 4.
So we're gonna spend these last 10 minutes or so just bringing the horse into the barn. Final thoughts from council on our first day. I will say very quickly in 30 seconds, and then open this up to the rest of my colleagues. I think that it was a good day. I think that Worth, you did a good job in your dual role today. It's not easy to be manager and finance director. You were able to focus. You did a good job on both. I think that we had a healthy discussion on our public safety, the main thrust of our public safety. Makes sense now why developmental services was right there in the middle of the fire. I was trying to figure out why that was the way it was. Good first day, a lot of work to do, but a lot of things accomplished. I'll open it up to the rest of my colleagues.
I just want to confirm that we will have the line items for the next meeting.
We'll bring line items for the next meeting on the 10th.
Okay.
Next one. Yeah, good, a good first start. I'm hoping that, and thanks for the 5, 20, and 25%. And you started with the worst scenario, and it was like kind of grim, but we want to assure everyone that we're gonna try to build back some of the things that we feel are non-negotiables, especially when it comes to public safety. But thank you.
Am I next?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. This is the first budget meeting that I have experienced where I am able to clearly follow along and ask questions that I feel are pertinent. It helps when you have the right numbers. It helps when you have options, and it helps when you provide scenarios so we can get a better understanding of how this works. So again, I want to thank you for bringing stability to our city. And I'm looking forward to all of the other good things you're going to be doing for the finance department. Thank you, Worth.
Thank you.
Worth, as I said before, thank you. I saw some good stuff here today. The elephant in the room is actually obviously the fire department. That is the most significant hill to climb. We were looking at least 9 people, real people with families that we are considering that we might have to um, move on from. But then I also apparently found out that developmental services is a part of the fire department. And there are some potential departmental savings. And if what we just talked about, if you have a fire chief, a police chief, or any other department head supervising another department, if that's what we want to do, I don't know that that's what we want to do, but if that's what we want to do, and there is a surplus in one and a decrease in the other for a year, this is all new. That might be something if we can watch them, keep them together, right? That might be a way to balance this to get this through 1 year. And if that's true, fire and developmental services seem like they might be able to make some significant headway. We found out that we are closer with PD, but still not where we want to be. But then I also have heard that there is an opportunity to work with 4 cities that will provide an overall overall revenue, positive revenue that might help go toward a potential budget shortfall in the PD. Not a shortfall of their own doing, but shortfall of what we're trying to do from a financial perspective, as well as code enforcement, perhaps providing for a surplus to work through with the PD. So all is not lost today. I think we found some things that were concerning, but we also found some things that we might be able to work through. So from today, I would say your assignment as a manager is to get us closer on the fire side. I think you got what you need to get us where we need to be on the PD side. But we're far apart on the fire side. There's a lot of work to do. So, but good first day.
Now, clarify this development services now.
Can you clarify? Yes, sir.
This man they hired that I'm saving us 400,000. I think he might have took it over. I just speculating now. You want to really find out the details when you talk to Chief Merriman. You know, he's supposed to be able to do everything. I think-
Oh, you're talking about the person that's there that just came. Okay, okay. And you said talk to Chief Merriman to see exactly how much savings.
Now, I think he took it over, but.
We-
I can't tell you who took it now.
Yeah, so we had hired a development services director. Um, we came to the conclusion that it was not the right fit for the city. Um, uh, and so we separated from that individual. And then we have hired a new
A
one
new one. Okay.
that is starting on the 17th.
Okay.
So
And-
maybe he's gonna take it over.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But even then, I guess I don't know if James is going here, but even then, even in that, the way it currently stands is that person reports to Chief Merriman.
Correct.
Okay.
In the-
Did that help what you were saying?
In the past, they reported to the city manager.
Hey, Gerald.
In the past, what now?
No, I'm
Champ?
saying in the past, the development director reported to the.
Straight to the city manager. Yeah. Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that let's get a good tight budget where we're confident. That's the goal of the next week or two. And then over the next year, we can figure out who, what, when, where, and how, if we want to keep code and developmental services where they are, if we want to move them to places where we think they fit best. So again, good day. It's 4:26. We're gonna be
Before you
closing.
all adjourn, I do have a couple of quick things so that I can be prepared for the next
Okay.
next time. One is do y'all want to basically restart and do these over again with the additional detail and information, or do y'all want to continue through the rest of general fund and utility fund at this
Yeah.
like this, so we can, have the extra information and then basically restart with the fine detail?
I would rather continue and then restart.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody else feels.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm used to the line items, right? I'm used to being able to see all that. Like, I brought her a book from 2020
Mhm.
because that's when you can kind of squeeze the lemon and kind of see. I mean, what you gave us was good, the 5 of 25%. But I hate for you to do double work. You know what I mean? That's the only concern I have about. I mean, you do have a week to get it together but I want to continue though with the rest of them. But I'm like, if we're asking for line items, just make sure when we continue that it's a line item. You
Okay,
understand me?
I will do my best to have those about that. It's just,
Did you have the previous budget books that we've had like in 2021? Have you ever seen them?
yes, I have copies of them, and I mean, I use them as
Okay.
well. Uh, next year, or for this coming budget, there will be a budget book. It's actually going to be a much fancier
All right.
thing that we're building through the OpenGov platform. The way we have the line items right now in there is they're about 70 to 75% complete.
Okay.
With two big caveats. One is for departments that we had like a lot of variance in. They're pretty sparse in kind of where we have it. We just have a general idea of what we are anticipating. The second is the way the OpenGov system works is, and this isn't inherently a flaw, it's just how it works. On the personnel side, you build that in its own module, and then you upload that to the budget as a whole.
Okay.
But you can only do that upload once.
Okay.
And so those aren't in the same area as the others. So it's a little bit
Yeah.
but we'll provide you as much detail as we can on them. And then the only other item is if you want an additional day or two of budget workshops, if you don't think 3 is going to be enough, my recommendation would be for y'all to figure that out today, because we do still have to post a week ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And so just as a recommendation.
We'll look at that before we go. We'll add a tentative date. That way we can, because you can always cancel it.
Yep.
So it's no harm on that. I think Ms. Williams, did you want to add anything or you?
No, I don't have.
Are you good?
anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that what it sounds like we need to do is a combination of both. I think that if you provide next
Monday.
budget, whatever that date's going to be, if you provide for the line item budget, right? Make that available to us Monday, Tuesday. Monday, I'm having conflicts on Monday, so I will let you know, Miss Candace, about Monday. If you provide that budget book, I think you could still then provide it for study, and then to Mayor Pro Tem's point, start with Public Works and continue the discussion like this, right?
Mhm.
Because that would give Ms. Yancey, Ms. Williams, time to look at the line items and get themselves prepared while we're still walking through some of these important parts of the budget. And then once we're through with this, we can start back up top, and then you'll get a more concise, succinct response from us, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So you'll be able to meet what Mayor Pro Tem is saying, the needs of the council is to continue to have these types of discussions, but also provide for the line items for some of the other members of the council so we can all kind of arrive at the same place.
All right.
Make sense? So
Yes.
yes, we will continue this type of discussion, but we will also have our budget books so that we can start studying them and referring to them, even if we don't start working in them.
Yeah. And you won't have those till at least Monday because
Yeah,
I've got
that's fine.
there's still a lot of work on my end to
Yeah.
get them ready for y'all.
So we don't need to see you no more this week, right? You said we're gonna have until Monday. Are we gonna see you again? Or we come back tomorrow?
No, tomorrow is court.
Okay, well, we not come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next meeting is Monday, unless
Yeah.
We
And
change.
then Mayor Bell, do we want to reschedule for the cancellation of the?
Yes, let's do that. Let's
Mm.
let's look at that.
and if you may not be able to make the 10th, you might want to
Yeah.
Go ahead
schedule
and-
2 days, two other options. I will note that court has this room every Wednesday. So if we want to do a Wednesday, it can't
In
be
August.
in August. It can't be in here.
Today is the 4th, right?
Yes.
All righty. So we are already scheduled for that Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
We were scheduled for that?
Monday and Tuesday,
Yeah.
yeah.
Next week is Monday and Tuesday, but if mayor is unable to make Monday and we choose to reschedule it, you would need 2 alternative dates.
Okay. I may be able to make the Monday around after lunch. If we want to cut it from 10 to maybe
We can do,
maybe 1 to 6.
What?
Oh, well, it's a meeting, right?
yes.
So maybe 1 to 5.
Yeah, 1 to 5.
Yeah, since we have to be anyway, I could probably 12:30ish, 1 to 5. I should probably be able to make that.
Yeah. So we can make that adjustment for the 10th.
Yeah.
1 to 5.
And then when are you? So then we could then come back the 18th. Would that be enough time for that tentative extra date?
Yes, we can schedule the tentative extra date on the 18th.
On
The
the
big
18th,
thing is what we want, what we're shooting for. I don't know that we'll make it. And if not, there's ways to work around it. We're shooting for me to be able to calculate a tentative tax rate for the meeting of the 24th.
Okay, cool.
Um,
Yeah.
18th.
18th would be good. Oh, 18th is not good for you. Okay. What you said for the 24th?
Yeah, so the way that we're going to roll it out is we're going to roll out a tentative tax rate at one meeting, and then the next 2 meetings will be the actual ordinance associated with the budget and tax rate that has to go through and be approved twice. And all that has to be done by the end of September. So right now we have it tentatively scheduled with the first reading of the ordinance at the regular meeting on the 14th, and then a special meeting on the 21st.
So when they use court, Miss Candace, do they use the back room too?
Mm-mm.
So why wouldn't we be able to have a budget workshop on a Wednesday in one location or the other? Have their locations already been posted for court here?
Yes.
So why wouldn't we then be able to?
The only issue with using the back room, and it's one that can be worked on, is we're not set up to like live stream or anything like that back there. I think we can probably figure out how to record back there, but we're not set up at the same way we are here um,
To
do
live
that.
stream?
Yeah.
Would we? But you said we could record?
I believe we can figure out how to record in that room. Yeah, it would just be just a recording that we could post on YouTube and stuff. Okay, then we can record, but we can't stream in the back.
Okay, well, that would, if we can meet on Wednesday, I think that would clear up a lot of days.
Mm.
Right? Yeah. If the 18th is not good for Mayor Pro Tem,
Mhm.
what about the?
So that would open up the 12th or the
12th, yeah.
19th.
Let's look at the 12th.
Yeah. Either or.
Okay. The 12th or the 19th. Let's keep both of those open.
Okay.
Okay.
And we don't need both of them, but just in case.
It's better to know ahead of time, again, given the posting rules.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
You
Let's,
said the 12th and the 19th, so you're talking about the 10th, the 12th, and the 19th.
yes, the 10th will be
1 to 5.
1 to 5. The 12th will be whatever time we 10 to 4.
Mhm.
The 19th will be 10 to 4. Doesn't mean we're gonna be here all that time.
And we do have the 11th also, 10
And
to
the
4.
11th, yeah.
That Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we've got Tuesday, 10 to 4.
Tuesday the 11th, 10 to 4. Wednesday the 12th, 10 to 4. Tuesday the 18th, 10 to 4, and Monday the 10th, 1 to 5, because we have a council meeting that night. So that works out.
Can't do the 18th.
We don't-
Cannot
can't
do
do
the
the
18th.
18th,
What did I
'cause
say? The 18th? I'm sorry.
You did say
I meant the
that.
19th. I'm sorry. I'm
19th,
sorry.
So I have the August 10th, August 11th, August 12th, and August 19th.
Yes.
And the 10th is changed.
One
to
to
1 to 5.
1 to 5. Yeah.
So we have a council meeting in that.
Worst case scenario, and I'm saying this for Mayor Pro Tem's hearing, worst case scenario on that Monday, 1 to 5, I would join remotely, which means I technically wouldn't preside, but I would be there to assist Mayor Pro Tem in presiding. So at least I would be on the call and I could kind of help her get
What day is
to
that?
where she needs to be. That would be the
Monday.
next Monday, yeah.
And if it helps, we can probably set up a screen in your seat so that it still looks.
That's it, man. That's what I'm saying.
Because
That's
I'll be
it.
sitting.
Yeah.
Did you get, Miss Candace, did you get everything you needed? All right, Worth, you got everything you needed? Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:38. We
So
gave our 30 minutes back and 8. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Stand adjourned.